feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. To me, I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. coming up hot for a minute.
Why'd you play my heart like that? 'Cause now you'll never get me back. I've been a good girl once before, but that's not fun and I get bored. It's all on my face. It's all on my face. I came here to party and it's all on my face. Deja vu, deja vu, all on my face. Deja vu, it looks like you.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. To me, I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
challenge after challenge, campus after campus, series after series, and we have finally made it into day number 3 of the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. My name is Eliminate, your host for today, as we venture into the final day with the top 4, making it this far and fighting for a prize pool of 15,000 USD dollars. But this whole event is a platform for aspiring champions to empower them, to bring them a platform, regions all across Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, a chance to continue on in their gaming journey and showcase their talents. All of this is powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, a way for them to reach their victory and continue on as champions. With that being said, we have made it into the last and final day of this tournament. 3 days on ground, and today we have 3 series to showcase. 2 best of 3s in the semi-final lower brackets and the finals of the lower brackets before we make it into the grand finals, where either team might have to face off with the undefeated 404 Bakri. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. Let's introduce our first ever series that we have for today, a best of 3 of the lower bracket. One of these teams will continue, and one of these teams will unfortunately have to say goodbye. Let's introduce the first team that we have all the way from Singapore, a force to be reckoned with. Let's have Now or Later!
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me, I'm too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line 'em up. 2, that's fine with us.
Up against Now or Later, it is the team that has been formidable themselves, all the way from Indonesia. Introducing Team Venus Vincier!
Let me set the record straight for a minute. Hate, I get it, say it with them. I don't give a I'm cool with it. Player, peep the fans with them. Yeah, they gon' remember my. Yeah. You and I, they already, he an outlaw, getting off when he calls envy. Hit the peanut gallery, they all jelly. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. Yeah, we let them say what they gon' say about us.
This is the moment they've been waiting for. It is do or die. But let's have our teams show a sportsmanship action here, to fist bump, to bring themselves to get ready for their battle. Let's have member after member go ahead and fist bump each other. This is their formidable opponent that they will be fighting with in the next battle. So with that being said, this is a story of parallel lines crossing. For both of these teams have lost out in day 1, and in day 2, they crawled themselves back into the tournament. How would this play out? Would it be Team Now or Later or Team Venus Vincier? We'll find out very soon, as the crowd is anticipating, the players are anticipating, and the casters are anticipating this match. So let's hand it over to Monshell as well as KBC. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Elle, for that wonderful opening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3 of the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It is Sunday, the Championship Sunday, where we will see one team being crowned as your champions for this tournament. My name is KBC. Alongside with me is my partner in crime, Monshell, and we'll take you through to all the exciting matches of the very final day.
Right, what an opening, KBC, and it's like, oh, it's lovely to see how the teams like show their sense of sportsmanship. They're all smiles, but they're absolutely ready to revel in the battlefield as we progress to proceed with the lower brackets.
Yes, and of course, for today, every game will be played here. Best of 3 for the lower bracket semi-finals, and we have the lower brackets finals, which will be a best of 3. However, best of 5 grand finals, where the first grand finalist for Bakri, the undisputed, the unchallenged, the undefeated Indonesian team, is waiting for their opponents right at the top. Meanwhile, will be the total prize pool, 15,000 USD. Monshel, maybe you can break it down for us here.
Right, this is exactly what's at stake. The champions will walk away with 7,500 US dollars. First runner-up will take home 3,500 USD. Second runner-up, 2,500 USD. And last but not least, fourth place will walk away with 1,500 US dollars. Not only in the championship title up for grabs representing their country, but let's look at the playoffs brackets. They have came a long way, both these teams that we be playing in our first series of today, now or later, versus Venus Vincere. Let's talk about their lower bracket run.
Yeah, their lower bracket run here for now or later has been phenomenal. It's like they flip a switch in terms of their engine right there, winning every single game for lower round 2 or lower brackets inside. And for Venus Vincere, they had a little bit of an upset from Miracle Gaming, taking all the way to game 3. But it's okay, they made it in the semi-finals as well for the lower brackets.
Right, exactly. And whoever comes out victorious from our first matchup today will have to face against DX Origins in the lower bracket finals. And finally, whoever comes out on top will meet the undisputed team 404 Bakri in the grand finals, as you mentioned, in the best of 5.
Yes, and this is going to be a lot of potential storylines, a lot of story narrations here. For now, later, they are the only Singaporean team left remaining in this tournament, and especially for yesterday's games, they have been phenomenal. They've executed really well. They look like a whole new team, and they are looking forward to continue on extending their run. But for Venus Vincere, their story is a little bit different. If they manage to defeat their counterpart, the Singapore counterpart, which is none other than now or later, they will have a revenge match against the Malaysian team, DX Origins, in the lower bracket finals. So a lot of potential storylines here, and I think every team will have some weight of their commitment towards the tournament. But nonetheless, however, all these 4 teams will be rewarded with the prize pool of 15,000 United States dollars.
Exactly, and as well as you viewers watching at home, we have rewards up for grabs. Claim your free MLBB diamonds, which we are continuing to give away for. Thank you so much for supporting the tournament as well as the stream. And as I heard from our lovely host, apparently if you came all the way down to Quill City Mall in the Orange Cafe to witness it live, there are more drops to give.
Wow, so if you are here in person, able to support our players, support our team for the very last day, then you will have more rewards as well. So make yourself, just go here, bring your family and friends as well who play Mobile Legends, and support all of them right here. And speaking of which, there's a shout out to Samsung. Again, the entirety of the tournament is powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory can be yours with the new phone right here.
Right, I love how the players also was able to give a showcase of the phone itself, which is what they're playing and using today to showcase their amazing gameplay.
Yes, indeed. And now we're going to talk about the very first game for today, the matchup between Team Now or Later versus Team Venus Vincere. So we have seen the journeys yesterday between these two teams, and there was a very close fight between Venus Vincere versus the Malaysia team, which is Miracle Gaming, but they managed to come on top. What do you think so far between these two teams in one sentence?
This is going to be a very close matchup for sure, because as you mentioned, both teams have tasted defeat in day 1, and absolutely they're not holding back whatsoever. And if this is the time to shine and go all out, they have to do so. But the first thing they will have to do is to enable them with the draft itself. It's a game of chess, and they will need the right tools in hand to give their best performance.
Yes, the draft will determine the flow of the game, the style of winning conditions, as we already mentioned previously in the tournament days, and most importantly, to remove or to respect their opponents from using a certain type of hero. But speaking of which, Fanny, Ling, Angela, Chip will not be able to see the very start of the game at the very least for this matchup. And Roger, very easy pick. Very, very popular pick throughout the entirety of the tournament. I lost count how many times already, but at least every time we see the teams play, they will need Roger in their lineup.
I mean, other than Roger as well, Harif is one of the highly contested picks. We can see teams that were absolutely being able to run away with the competition when they come online. The minute the Zaman Force is open, he's just able to zip in and out, regardless of any turrets in his way. He's able to decimate across your opponent.
Yeah, very slippery hero to catch, as you mentioned earlier on. And we can see that team, if I'm not mistaken, team now or later, they will select Valentina into their arsenal of lineups, including from the side of Team Venus Vincere, Arlott and Julian instant lockdown.
Right, I would say on now or later side, I would say it's still fairly safe. They haven't revealed too much in terms of the composition. Something to take note that they do want to be able to play around somewhat of a tank setup. That is how they like to play. And picking up the Valentina just means that stealing the final slash just to fully enable the teamfight composition would be great, but really interesting. We have not seen the Tamas being picked up like throughout the last couple of days of the tournament.
Yeah, the Tamas, her first appearance here. No other better time right now than today to make his presence. And I think I like the Tamas here because the sustainability, he used to be one of the heroes that is very difficult to kill as well. Continue to lifesteal, continue to deal damage back and forth. But it's going to be very interesting in a way that how will this team or how will his presence will affect the whole hero composition for the Singaporean side. Meanwhile, Venus Vincere will ban out Hellcat, and of course Jawhead also will be banned out by the Singaporean side of now or later. Now or later, they will have their fourth pick in place. Would they go for a tank or perhaps a marksman or a side laner in hand?
At this point, I think let's see what they have to reveal at this point. I ideally would like them to leave their roam pick for last, because if there's any point of surprise, but no, it seems like they're opting for the Grot, which have worked wonders for them as of yesterday. So as of now, we don't exactly know who their goal laner. We know their goal laner, which will be the Harif exactly.
Yep.
But they have not revealed their jungler. Understand that there's a lot of pressure riding onto its deck, and we can see that there's respect from the side of Venus Vincere. They have opted to steal away the Julian.
Yep, the Julian will be in their hands, I believe, of one of the players here. And oh, we got Edith and Luo Yi. Wow, this is looking like a deadly lineup from the side of the Indonesian team. Wow, for team now or later, they're hovering onto that last pick. And you know, like I said, now or later, they're really going to depend on this Harif as well. They want to see FMM outshine his opponents using that particular character or hero. And the last pick will be a Lancelot. Very rare pick as well. And this will be the choice of Assassin.
It's been a while since we seen the Lancelot being picked up, but understandable that Damn deck has been like consistently targeted banned throughout the entire tournament. Things like Ling as well as Hellcat, and they have even contested his prior pick, Julian. And in Druid's this draft itself, there's only so many heroes left in the pool that that's up for grabs.
Agree on that. So, prioritize on taking out the assassin heroes as much as possible from the hands of them deck. But in the meantime as well, for Venus Vincere, I'm looking to like their draft. I'm looking to see whether this draft is able to counter now or later with new interesting picks, very unorthodox picks with the Tamas. And of course, with no choice to choose Lancelot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into game right now. Game number 1 between these two teams at the lower bracket semi-finals of the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Right, let's just jump right into it. And we have to talk about how, in terms of blue side, they have various forms of initiation. They definitely want to be able to fight against now or later in such close proximity, fully enabled by the diversion of coming out from the Luo Yi. So this is something that now or later have to be really wary of their team fight potential.
Yes, have to be very careful as well for the single gangs. You're just making sure the enemy is missing and they might be just appearing in the bush next door over there. Gear and Envy just side by side with the Golem, and unfortunately, I don't think Gear managed to secure that from him.
Yeah, I mean, for now, there isn't too much they can do. You can see that both EXP laners duking it out. They are very close in terms of damage output pre-level 4. So they have to just bide their time. But, you know, I don't believe any casualties will occur down bottom lane because unless a mistake is made.
Yep. Maybe silly mistakes like, you know, getting roamed
Ooh,
by
but
gang.
mid-
Oh, but then here comes a fight. Perhaps Gear
Oh.
in a very low HP. One
Oh.
more hit, and StarTeasy will use the flicker. Unfortunately, will lose his life for that. Nonetheless, however, first blood goes into the favor of Venus Vincere, so there's a little bit more goal for themselves.
Right, indeed, first blood was secure, but they are trading roam for roam. But funneling into Buji may be a bad call in this case because the earlier this Valentina is able to scale up, then now or later have more room to play around.
Yes, more room to play around, and StarTeasy, I don't think he needs that kill. He's a tank, roaming tank here.
Yes, exactly.
Just so unfortunate from there. Meanwhile, 3 heroes right here. Buji also taken down to at least 20% of health. Will be able to settle back here, but then this opens things up for Venus Vincere.
Yeah, instantly they're looking to rotate to the turtle fight, but you can see that the Loi is pushing it down, and StarTeasy on top of everyone was able to secure not only the turtle as well as the kill. He's the roam, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, and then Francis as well. Sorry, Duan Francis will continue on with the fight. Only damage again, only loss is still StarTeasy, but he's still the roaming tank. He's not a priority target from the side of Now or Later. But again, they have nothing to lose already. They're just going to try to take this consolation kill for themselves. Meanwhile, Venus Vincere on the driver's seat at the moment.
Yes, exactly. We can see that Econ Francis, he has forced the Lycan pounds, but there's nowhere to run. In this case, he's 3-man gang. StarTeasy can only do so much. Gear may be able to just walk away, but StarTeasy will get the final blow.
Wow, StarTeasy, he's starting off really, really hot here. 3 kills already. And I kind of like how Venus Vincere responds as well. You know, yes, we are going to get ganked and then we're most likely going to suffer a couple of casualties. But it's okay. We will trade blows with then an eye for an eye in this case of scenario. At the same time though, Venus Vincere at the bottom
Diversion.
lane.
Oh!
Envy Lepsy kills off the Harif FMM. He's going to get stunted there with that kill from Julian.
As you mentioned, bushes are dangerous. The minute Loi pops the diversion, they could come from behind your turret and just be able to execute you exactly. So this is something that now or later have to be really cautious of. And you know, but it's really difficult. Gear, unfortunately, is also extremely vulnerable to the Loi as he's on the grok due to his lack of magic resistance.
Yeah, lack of magic resistance, and you know, it's at this point of time, so he's a pretty I would say jelly or squishy in this case.
Yes.
So he's easily being melted down from the side of Venus Vincere. Meanwhile, again, one more side, Ikan Francis on Juan Francis and StarTeasy. They're going to bring the fight towards Now or Later. Now or Later had to fall back here, especially FMM. He does not want to suffer another casualty, but he's still under the turret here.
Oh,
divergence going to the mid lane instead. However, rest of the members on Now or Later spotted out this shenanigans coming in from Venus Vincere. Venus Vincere, StarTeasy fighting out left and right, up and down. Buji in a lot of trouble here, but managed to escape in the nick of time. But then the turtle is in contest right now. It looks like Team Now or Later, they could not secure the turtle. They haven't found footing just yet. Gear, meanwhile, getting zoned out right there. Envy, Lepsy, the Julian will receive the turtle buff. And then Gear running for his dear life. 4 members apart from Venus Vincere, but managed to escape away from danger.
Yeah, just being able to just wild charge right out into safety. But this is the danger. You can see how quickly Venus Vincere, the rotations, every single diversion could almost guarantee a kill or an objective, and they were able to do so instantly, rotate down to mid in order to get on the fight. But Gear, under a lot of pressure, I think he'll be able to take it now. Also forced to use the wild charge. StarTeasy under a lot of pressure. Zaman first pop out, but Dame Zek will be able to secure the kill, but Econ Francis will be able to trade against FMN. But Dame Zek, I don't think you should be there in this situation, but Buji will be able to take revenge for his teammate, while Dame Zek is able to just dash out into safety.
Oh, I like the mechanical play coming in from Dame Zek, able to avoid that line compounds and just turning the tides away. Ikan Francis, unfortunately, lost his life, wanting to catch him off guard. but it was just a little bit too late. He overcommitted behind the walls there and eventually lost his life to the hands of Now or Later. Meanwhile, skirmishes are still not over just yet. A couple of pickings, a couple of fightings here. Both tanks in Edith and that Grok just trading blows left and right. Guardian Barrier here to dish out and zone out the opponents of Binion Visser. But then
another diversion.
another diversion right there, Monshell, and it looks like they're just going to pop up right at the jungle area to get the buff.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to look to fight tomorrow, but Zaman Force has been top just to zone away Fatal Lepsy. They're looking to at least try to get a push down bottom lane for the turret, but unfortunately not quite enough minions here. But mid side, there's just so much action. Both teams just, as you mentioned, trading blows, relentless. They don't want to rely on the pressure, but Fatal Lepsy being forced out of position while charge. There is nothing else he can do. With two members on top of him, they will be able to secure that turret on the bottom side. And also, they're in prime position to secure the next turtle.
Yes, prime position second turtle, but wait a minute, just a little bit too early right there. Team Venus Vincere got hold of that turtle instead. RL19 could not even touch a hair of a strand of hair from the turtle.
Basically, what Now or Later, they're avoiding taking objectives because that, you know, in this sort of matchup, they have less team fight potential. What they are doing right now is really smart. They're looking to split push both on top side as well as bottom, but RL19 under a lot of pressure. There's nowhere to run in a 1v3 situation.
Yeah, despite being so sustainable earlier on, but again, 1v3 gang is not possible to survive that, especially getting CC'd down to the core. Now later here, they are going to converge one another. Monshell, you have something on right there?
Yeah, exactly. Because despite the fact that, you know, Venus Vincere have been quite successful with their gangs, but gets the on turret's gear wall charge, but I don't think they're going to follow up on that.
RTZ. Oh, very, very close. Using the teleport, going back there. Could not be able to do so, but still managed to save his life. And again, 3 versus 3 situation. Gear, meanwhile, he's going to try to harass this Edith. Oh, this Edith could not even teleport back safely.
I was questioning that. I don't feel, but whoa, Gear is really jumping right in. He's delaying the rest of Venus Vincere being able to retreat. This is exactly the responsibility of this Grok to ensure that he's buying any time for the rest of Now or Later to come online. This is exactly what he's doing, and he's doing his job tremendously.
Yeah, no place is safe with Gear just roaming around with that Grok. Same time though, 4 members of Now or Later, oh wait, 5 of them are totally right now. Dame Deck has to be running away as Envy and Lepsy with a nice wall charge, with a nice kill of the Synchro Vision right there. Absolutely domination from Now or Later. However, Venus Vincere still has control, mostly more of the map.
Yep. Personal MVP has to be Gear in this case, well, because Gear has been able to just follow up exactly no matter where Venus Vincere is trying to like push for a play, get a pick off. Gear is always there, mirroring their movement, ensuring that the counter engagement is there. And this is why right now they're actually in prime position to secure the first Lord. This is exactly what Now or Later are trying to do, but now they should have to get out of there because it's spamming Dren. It will be in a lot of trouble, but he will be unfortunately taken out because the cavalry has arrived from the side of Venus Vincere and they have to back off.
Ooh, nice kill over there from the side of Dame Deck. The Lancelot taking down Ikan Francis on his Roger. Very low HP already, so it's a 2 for 3. Now or Later, finding a little bit of footing right now, but then just unfortunate they had to lose 2 members there. If they manage to at least save 1 more member extra, that will be enough for the Lord to push.
No, I would think that, you know, in the end, the trade is still favorable for Now or Later. They secure the Lord. Unfortunately, Venus Vincere, they joined the party a bit too late. And even though they're able to get a couple of kills, that now the Lord, the pressure is on the side of Now or Later, and they can continue on their push.
Oh, Start Easy. Gonna get a little bit of harassment right there, but yeah, with that wall charge, just nicely done. But then it looks like it's not gonna be enough. Now Later, a lot of trouble right here. Dame Deck will fall down right now. They don't have the firepower to do so as a double kill comes in for the Julian. Envy Lepsy denying any top minds of Now or Later to even attack, and FMN will lose his life right here. 4 in peace. And the defensive play coming in from Venus Vincia, taking down the lot and taking down 4 members on Now Later is just phenomenal.
StarTZ is just hitting like a truck. Take note that this Edith, even with the kill count as well as the amount of damage, that is so shocking with the Primal Wrath. But the rest of the team being able to follow out Fatal Lepsy with the beautiful final slash just completely collapse on Now or Later. And instantly, that advantage was flipped over to the side of Venus Vincier.
Yes, the tables have turned one back again to Venus Vincier. And Now or Later, I get that the initiation was a good setup. The wall charge was there. And they already had most of their members, you know, eyeing down for the attack. But like you said, you'd have the R-Lord, the final charge, stunting down everybody. You have StarTZ as well, using the marksman mode and then, you know, just dealing so much damage with Edith. There's not much of a fight for Now or Later. They're just dropping down so much and they do not have enough sustainability to continue on fighting. And, you know, just risk it all out. 4 members are dead. Venus Vincier, get back map control right now.
Dren Francis with the revamped glowing wand is clearly becoming a huge problem for the side of Now or Later. Understand that Grok as well as Tamis, they do have radiant armor, but I think Athena Shield would have also be required to face up against Dren Francis. He is becoming a massive problem, 5-1 and 7, and they can't take these fights in close proximity. Gear, look at Gear, he's already chunked down to 50%.
Yeah, just so unfortunate. If Gear managed to get all of his gear, no pun intended, right at the right time, I feel like he's able to resist much more damage from whether the physical or the magic side of things. But yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Juan Francis with the glowing wand.
It's a tough call, yes.
Tough call. He has to choose which items also to build up to, you know, defend from there. For me personally, I would, especially at this stage, would go for the magic side of things.
It's very simple. We have Loyi, Edith, as well as Julian. All 3 of them are pushing out magic damage.
Correct.
So now they have to reconsider the itemization and consider building up, as I mentioned, Athena Shield, more magic defenses, because otherwise, I understand that Eken Francis has been a pain in their side, but I think they have bigger problems.
Oh, speaking of bigger problems right here, Now or Later is trying to contest for this slot. And will he be able to get it? No can do. And now he's going to have to go back. They had to retreat. But then they're losing members left and right. Shutdown though from FMM takes down Roger. But then he has all the members down as well. So StarTZ able to get a kill. And then that could not survive. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an unofficial team wipe. And the lot as well. This is going to be a split push perhaps to end the game here.
Yep, I'm not sure if it's just enough because Gear will be back. Can he help to defend
it's going to be very difficult.
It is going to be very difficult. Unfortunately, I don't think they will be able to hold. And Venus Vincier convincingly takes Game 1.
Game 1 in the bag for Venus Vincier. What a masterful play coming in from that Lord pit. Now or Later trying to steal the Lord or trying to contest for the Lord, but could not do so. And eventually, they lost in that skirmish as well, with multiple members already down to a slither of health. They're definitely going to go back and recalculate on whether or not they should try to do this move once again. But nonetheless, however, Venus Vincier replying it with a strong statement, killing them all and just going in for the charge. They noticed that, you know, the next opponent hero is going to be alive is just a roaming tank.
Yeah.
So nothing can do, you know, just go all the way with the minion waves and eventually taking out the crystal base.
I would say it's just really smart drafting coming out from Venus Vincier. I really like the Edith pickup because it completely is able to zone the Lancelot, and deck just had to completely abandon the fact of even thinking of contesting for any objectives and opting for going for the macro plays of split push, because you can see that once they're able to land the skills on Onward and just flip him over the shoulders, that Lancelot will be decked from the amount of pure damage coming out from Venus Vincier. As well, once we jump in towards the highlights, you can see that it was quite the bloodbath. Both sides just trading blows left, right, and center. They have a lot of damage, but unfortunately, Now or Later just lack the amount of sustain, considering how Venus Vincier, they just out-damaged them even in the early stages of the game with the Edith pickup.
Yeah, I was hoping also for much more impact of the Tamers. The Tamers at that time already should be a bit more sustainable, able to help out with the team fights, but just unfortunate, they're just getting mowed down left and right. And like you said, Demdeck, his biggest potential pros is to, you know, split push, and later when he decides that his team is going to start the team fight, then he will come in, because he was supposed to be the one that's come in later, right? He's supposed to join the fight later and then dish out whatever damage or pick off any lower HP heroes in place, but
No,
it did not work
It is so
out that
difficult
well.
because with the Loi constantly like displacing them,
Correct.
there's no room for him to really like dish out the damage and be able to weave out as comfortably with the Lancelot despite having those iframes, because the composition from the side of Venus Vincier, they love to fight in close proximity and they have so many ways in this fight. This is where it all went wrong, where Venus Vincier, the layering of their skills and ultimates completely throw a wrench into now a later span to push on with their advantage with the lore they were able to obtain.
Yeah, I noticed also they don't have any minion waves over there for now or later, so the turrets might have targeted them and dealing more extra damage here.
Exactly.
And you can see that this would be the downfall. They wanted to go for the Lord, they wanted to steal for it, but then you see everyone in zone RL19, he was also holding on his own, but he wasn't with his team and there was nothing much that now or later could do. Getting zoned out, getting picked off one by one, and eventually they don't even need the Lord, they just need that minion with the super minions to deal damage and break down that Crystal Palace.
Right, exactly. And now we'll be introducing our MVP. It's going to be Drian Francis on the Loi, 5-1 and 9, 70% team fight participation. My goodness, not only there's so much utility with the diversions being able to go in and out, fast rotations, secure objectives, as well as ganks, but the sheer amount of damage, my goodness, he truly is not only just enabling the rest of his team with the fast rotations, but also being able to like deal tremendous amount of damage. Well done.
Yeah, well done, well worthy, and I agree with you. He not only just set up the plays with the divergence, but also dealing so much damage AoE wise. And look at them smiling all the way, and of course, showing that wallpaper onto that Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Overall scoreboard, I feel that every teammate of Juan Francis, and at least for Vincier, really enjoyed, really played their hearts out here.
Yeah, unfortunately, with such an early game lead coming out of Venus Vincier, yes, there were good moments where now later were able to come back on and collapse onto them, but just the sheer amount of early game damage from the combination of the Julian, Loi, as well as the Edith, as well as the amount of aggression, it was mounting too much pressure, and in the end, now later, they collapse under that.
Yeah, just unfortunate right there. But it's okay. This is still game one. I believe for Team Now or Later, the earlier stages of the fight just continue on. Continue on to put pressure, continue on to trade blows as well. But it was more of the team fight, the positioning as well. Like, we mentioned that the first team fight or the first downfall, the signs of cracks were at the first team fight below the turret. They even had the Lord as well, but the Lord wasn't being targeted by the turret. And then eventually they got stunned and they got CC'd here to lead to their downfall. But nonetheless, however, ladies and gentlemen, we have a code giveaway right here. If you want to claim yourself some free MLBB diamonds, make sure to type in the code. So today, Moshe also taught me how to redeem the code, or perhaps to try to redeem it if I do have time. But you can see, I don't have time here.
Yeah.
So this code is definitely all for you to take.
Unfortunately, he was trying out to redeem a code from yesterday's stream, and it's already, I think, it's been claimed and expired, unfortunately. And you're able to claim the game, the code exactly within the game itself, within your settings. So just an easy tip for you to do so. Yep. Unfortunately, it was too late for you. That code has already redeemed by our lovely viewers at home.
You know what? I'm just going to give my phone later to one of the crowd, to the fans over there. You all do me a favor, and I get you something later after the event. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, that is only just game one. We have game two coming in here. So now they are switching sides. Team Now or Later, they will have the first pick. Will they continue on to go perhaps the first pick as Roger, or maybe they will try something different in this case of scenario?
It's still really standard, right? It's
yeah,
like
because
it's either
Harith,
Roger or Harith.
Valentina,
I personally like Roger because he can be flexed into the gold lane or the jungle position. So that's why I would understand why teams are picking Roger. And it's just so difficult, right? With the amount of bans we have, I think in the matter of what Venus Vincier did was so smart. The amount of like the counter draft and how they were able to switch up their plan. The Edith pick in turrets, the last two picks was just genius because it really it's so disruptive, and it's a combination of early game damage and just the fact that Star TZ has zero regard of his own personal safety. The amount of ways he was able to dive and get himself killed, but he's still securing kills off of that.
Yeah, I think going back to what you just said, let's dissect a little bit. So maybe the first 3 picks is kind of standard, and it's only coming down to the 4th and 5th pick. I think the 4th and 5th pick,
Yes.
if you can find some heroes or find a different hero to kind of balance out your comp, and then making sure that you can still get your winning conditions, that would be great. Speaking of which, Chip, Loyi, Angela, Fanny all banned out already. Roger, as we already expected here. But then Link is open.
Oh dear goodness, oh boy. Yep.
Oh, you don't want that to be in the hands of Envy or Fatal. I think Envy is going to be using it, right?
Yeah, I mean, either way,
Yeah.
going into the hands of Venus Vincier, this is a really tricky spot they're putting themselves into. But in the end, kudos to Deck as well. These are 2 assassin junglers and going head to head. I want to see a lot of flashy plays because in the end, what is going to be coming true is the amount of mechanics. But going for the Kadita pick to want to like lock in the link and burst them down straight away to slow down that farm and being a constant pressure while he's trying to take his purple buff may be the way to go.
Oh, this is, yeah, I do believe on what you just said earlier, but having that link though, the link so far, I believe is 100% win rate, correct me if I'm wrong. But then again, Faramis will join in the game, will give a little bit of sustainability and of course, able to initiate any opponents and get to zone them out as well. So, bans, let's see. If I want to ban a tank. Oh no, they'll ban Hellcat.
Yeah, because either way, as I say, Roger is a great flex pick.
Yep.
They want to have as much vision as possible because the link, even though that they clock in the Faramis and were able to have that second light grade team fights with the Nether Realm, still very vulnerable if he has the lack of vision. That's why the Hellcat has been banned out to prevent them from him getting chased around the map.
Okay, they'll ban the tank instead, the Grok. I think that's great. Try to avoid any shenanigans from that. But StarTZ, hey, we have seen this before. I think he uses the Jawhead beforehand.
Yes.
And it's been very, very
Effective,
correct, because he manages to always go into the bush, sneak onto his opponents, eject them out of their seats, and eventually led to the team fight.
Basically the same idea with how effective he was on the Edith earlier on. Jawhead basically serves the same purpose, but with the further lockdown with his ultimate. I do like how they were able to secure the Edith as well as Dex Julian. At least with Julian, there are his iframes and enhanced sword to be able to get out of more sticky situations, as well as enhanced chains to stop the enemies in his track. But Ikan Francis being able to secure Harif on top of everything. Oh, it looks to be an extremely scary draft.
Yeah, meanwhile, for now or later, they're just copying the same draft as well from the first game from Venus Vincier. The only difference is they don't have the R-Lot because the R-Lot was already lock-picked already, and then they replaced it with the Kadita. But other than that, let me see how now or later is going to utilize this hero comp, this hero lineup, and perhaps they can take this game into overtime. But it has to start now. If not, now or later, we'll have to bid us farewell and move on as the 4th placing finishers. As Venus Vincier looking forward to extend their lead, extend their tournament lifeline here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2 between these 2 teams at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Let's see which team will come out on top, as this is the lower brackets. It's do or die, as we mentioned. As we're back in the land of Dawn, let's see how this game turns out.
And we Lapsy here using the what is it called? It's the link, the link itself. As we have another code giveaway. Wow, our admins right here has been so generous. Big shout out to everybody here. But then hold up, wait a minute. Even though the code is there, but FMM nearly losing his life with that Roger getting harassed badly by StarTZ. And of course, Ikan Francis. In fact, it's only StarTZ this case.
Right. I mean, just the with the recent patch, Jawhead has also received a buff, and now he's able to deal more damage within his lane itself. So that FMM was already chunked so low and forced to recall. Already a bad start for the gold laner.
Yeah, just a poor start indeed. Fatal Lepsy, meanwhile, 2 versus 1. He has to get away, had to force the flicker here to get away into safety. Great move right there. He doesn't want to be the first casualty. But speaking of first casualty, Bougie. Oh, he has to go around out here, but it's not going to be enough. Envy Lepsy drop down the Blades of Tempest and a double kill here. What went wrong for now or later?
No, that was just like, as we say, Bucci, there was nowhere for him to run. He thought he just had his skills to be able to maneuver out of there, but they're forgetting that the Ling has already hit level 4 and pops like in pounds, but just barely but surely, but unable to land a trade a kill, while Startease is just able to walk away scot-free.
Yeah, it's so difficult for the rest of Team Now or Later to, capitalize on this. 1-on-3 gang already, and you thought that, at least we can trade off that jaw hit, but it isn't enough. Managed to survive as well as Now or Later though. They still get that turtle right there, but then has to be very careful. RL19 with the Terrorisla will fall back into safety. Venus Vincer will possibly get that map control, even though despite not getting that turtle.
Yep, because again, they're already up by a couple of kills. A great start for the Ling. The minute Envy hits level 4, he's already going across the map and picking off and farming kills. Basically, he's treating Now Later as his like primal hunting ground.
Primal hunting ground, practice dummies, whichever here comes in. But that's not easy. Dining on that gang with that ultimate again. Nowhere to run indeed. And it looks like they are actually holding on behind enemy lines, forcing Team Now or Later to just fall back. They could not hold on to this particular gold lane.
Yep, Zaman Force has been popped just to zone Buji as well as Gear, but RL19 is able to trade down bottom. Buji just trying his best, pops the rough waves, just buying time, just doing so as they are looking to continue on the fight.
No, they could not even continue the fight. They don't have the firepower right here. And even though behind their turret, 4 members of Now or Later just got decimated instantly by Venus Vincer.
Just so much die potential with the help of the Netherrealm as well as the iframes coming out from the Ling itself. Venus Vincer, they're looking to run away with this game already.
Is it me or is it because of this Ling pick? They can do that. They can just dive in anytime. They can just start fights under their enemy's turrets. Or is it just because, the whole hero composition that they already set things up for this entire team to succeed?
It's just, again, a lot of dive and setup with Tarcisi, John Francis, just further enabling them with the Netherrealm. They're able to dive turrets even further, and Envy Lepsy pops the Tempest away, gets in and out, just iframes, to avoid whatsoever damage. But Zaman first has been popped, trying to zone RL19. RL19 is a rather tanky boy, he should be fine, but that means, but still, Ikan Francis still able to get a good chunk of the gold shield, but John Francis has something to say about that.
Yeah, he's going to harass him left and right, and of course, you already know. Hi, bye-bye. Ling says good night with the Blades of Tempest. All this setup, right, is just to let Ling thrive. Ling, you are the only one that you just need to wait for a while. We'll just do our very best to cut down to the slither of health, maybe 20 to 30% of HP. And then out, you can come in. You can come in to sweep them off their feet and get whatever objectives left.
Like Gear already forced to use the Primal left and Flicker as well out of there, but Fatal Lepsy just a mounting pressure, and the rest of Venus Vincer, they are just everywhere across the map. What do you even do in a situation when you're up against a team that have this level of coordination?
I want to say catch Ling first, just get him out of the zone or zone him out, but the problem is he's not even starting the fight. His teammates are starting the fight.
And he's just a finisher.
Yes, he's a finisher, so there's even lack of opportunity to catch him off guard, unless of course he makes some silly move right now, but it's not going to be so. However, speaking of silly moves, Startease nearly dying, but Joan Francis with the Faramis using the Netherrealms, able to keep his team alive. Now or Later, pouring out so much resources already. RL19, he got to go back right there. If not, that Ling will chase him off guard instantly. One turret has been destroyed already. Maybe more to come. Gear, at the meantime, has to fall back as well. They can't do much. Now or Later, they are shut out of their own zones.
The fact that the Netherrealm just completely negates whatever initiation and damage output from the side of Now or Later, what they wanted to do with this draft with the Edith as well as the Kadita was hoping to at least create some form of lead to stop the Ling in his tracks. But because they failed to do so, this composition is not working out for them.
Yeah, bursts and DPS damage, just so difficult also to kill off anyone. I mean, yes, they do get that one kill earlier onwards, but it wasn't enough to follow up. And yeah, Venus Vincere, they most likely have this game in their bag. They're just controlling on the tempo here. They're going to continue on fighting, go left and right, ejection once more time. Gear, he will lose his life definitely. There is no more tank, no more soaking type of hero from the side of Now or Later for the next 12 seconds. And this turtle, yeah, I believe this is going to be a turtle here, is definitely going to be in the hands of Venus Vincere, just zoning them out back into their base. Nothing much that Now or Later could do unless they manage to do that one successful pickoff.
I mean, what can they do? StarTeasy can just throw someone into the loving arms of the rest of his team, and instantly there is a lack of frontline coming through in Tempest of Lanes being popped. Gets the enhanced shade of that, but in the 2v1 situation, they actually caught him out.
Yeah, caught him out. That's a good start right there, but then both heroes have to fall back into the base. Venus Vincere, for the time being, they are going to retreat. How much of a map control can they still gather? Because they still have damage dealers like Ikan Francis, Harif, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Fatal Lapsy, his R-Lord as well could deal damage in place. So yeah, taking out the Ling, but then there's no follow-ups, no continuation there. It's going to be back on tracks to their defensive posture.
Oh, they're looking for a concealed play. Not sure it'll amount to too much. Netherrealm has been popped, negating whatsoever and killing spree for the side Ikan Francis. This is looking to be an absolute disaster for the side Now or Later, as Ikan Francis are just destroying Now or Later. Triple kill on top of that. Can he get the Maniac? Yes, he can. As that in such a fashion, Venus Vincere will get another unofficial wipeout.
Yeah, unofficial wipeout, and it spells deja vu again, like the last game. You remember the first team fight that they tried to put onto that? They tried to stop Team Venus Vincere, but they cannot do so. This is the same thing, they tried to do the conceal, they tried to conceal play, they tried to at least catch somebody off guard, but they got off guard themselves instead. And eventually, when the Lord makes his presence, Venus Vincere, they have all the firepower as well. They can just wait for this Lord, 6 versus 5, and they can take the fight into the doorsteps of Now or Later.
Now or Later, they're just lacking tools to deal with Venus Vincere. At this point, I would have to say they really got outdrafted. Like StarTeasy being able to just stun and displace, Fatal Lapsy as well. Another form of great displacement with the final slash. And as we say, Envy Lapsy as well as Ikan Francis, all they have to do is just clean up whatever mess that was left. And Now or Later, I'm just not sure how are they able to answer back, because they already put so far behind. 9k gold lead for the side of Venus Vincere.
Yeah, no turrets taken as well. Well, meanwhile, all the turrets are already down already, except for the 3 inhibitor turrets. All I can say Now or Later is just defend, prolong the game, but seeing Venus Vincere, they are going to take every single nitpick objective they can do so. Any opportunities over there, they're just trying to end the game as soon as possible.
It's just textbook, right?
Yep.
At this point, it's that you're not only you have the death ball going with the assassin pickup, you're controlling the map, squeezing your opponent out of any form of resources in jungle camp. Venus Vincere, they're just playing the perfect game.
Yep, and I'm not surprised right here. Instead of going for the split push, they might just want to end this game right now. And it looks
at
like
the damage! My goodness, that is a Charisla.
That synchro vision right here, but then R-Lord, nice move on that final slash there, and here comes the pain. Envy Lapsy, the Ling, will take his first blood over here on this skirmish, and the Lord pushes it forward. Ikan Francis, meanwhile, will get his Envy Lapsy with a triple kill. Bang, bang, baby, and a double kill to end things off. Ladies and gentlemen, Venus Vincere will move on to the lower brackets finals, facing Team DX Origins.
That was just an absolute dismantling of Now or Later. Venus Vincere showing us that why they still deserve to be here in this competition as they move up towards the lower bracket finals, where they will face, as you mentioned, the revenge match versus DX Origins.
Man, congratulations to Venus Vincere, able to claim at least top top 3 for the time being. And of course, for Team Now or Later, unfortunately, their journey ends. Just feel, very sad for them, especially because with their great run in hand.
Right.
Yeah, but anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your support and your commitment to our tournament here. Make sure to claim your free MLBB Diamonds ASAP. Like going back to there, Now or Later, you mentioned.
I still think
outdraft.
no one. That's one, but valiant effort from this Singapore team.
Correct.
Because as you mentioned in day one, you felt like they dropped the ball.
Correct.
In day one, but we saw promise. But unfortunately, in this situation, Venus Vincier, they have just proven they are the better team. They just got exactly what they wanted. Everyone got heroes that they're comfortable of. They're able to show off their stuff, and they were just able to just steamroll across Now or Later. And with this draft, unfortunately, they have no answers in terms of enough counter engagement. I think if they were still able to pick up something like the Grok, which they did earlier, which Gear in game 1 played beautifully, perhaps there were more openings. Because Gear, you can see that Venus Vincier, they know exactly who the target in these fights. Gear couldn't play the game.
Yeah, I mean, outdrafted, outmanned, outplayed. I think that's the summary of the entire match series. You can see that all single pickoffs, and like we want to reiterate what we just said. The whole team of Venus Vincier consists of their 4 players, 4 heroes doing whatever duties, the roaming, the ganking, down to the slither of health. Then that's where Envy Lepsy with the Ling has the go call to finish them off, to pick them off all down. In fact, when it comes to the team fight, yeah, they lost Envy Lepsy that side, but the power spike is just vast. The difference is just not up to par from the side of Now or Later. And Now or Later, I think they already know that they had to concede this. They try to defend as much as possible. But like you said, textbook play by Venus Vincier, just gonna end the game instantly. Triple kill for the Ling, double kill for the Harif. Ladies and gentlemen, the MVP will be shown. I think it's going to be Envy Lepsy. And yes, he is the worthy MVP. 7 kills, 1 death, 6 assists with 62% team fight participation.
Yeah, I mean, he was just able to he had a great start, double kill off the bat. Once he hit level 4, this guy is a monster. And this is something that DX Origins, when they face up against him, I don't think they have enough bans in the pool to ensure that he doesn't get the heroes he wants. Because at this point, yeah, he knows exactly what he has done towards this entire series. They're enjoying themselves. They're having a great time. They're moving up. But we're going to jump in towards the scoreboard. It's so one-sided.
Yes.
2, the 21, and with just the fact that Envy Lepsy only had 3 items at this stage of the game, and it's already just able to just go leaps and bounds of damage across them.
Yeah, and then this is why I think teams want to ban that Ling. I think it's no question. There's no question. Everybody, whoever has that Ling, is able to play the maximum potential. Most importantly, giving maximum impact towards the team. If the team success is already, let's say, 1.5, this is triple the amount of impact going in there. But anyhow, GGWP to Now or Later, they had a great run. The Singaporean team, unfortunately, have to bail out here. But nonetheless, however, they still are the top 4, and I believe they finished with $1,500 US.
Yeah, again, extremely valiant effort. But also thank you to those who are supporting the tournament as well as the stream. We have another diamond giveaway. Do take note, this is very limited. And before KBC Sensei steals it away from you, do claim this code right this instance before it goes away off the screen in a couple of moments.
I want to be like that Ling, Blades of Tempest anytime and then get the code. But you notice something, right?
Yeah.
Today, the codes are so frequent.
Yeah, I mean, so generous.
Time. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a pity I couldn't get it. Never mind. I'm just going to go and ask somebody later onwards. But nonetheless, however, that is match series number 1 done. Any final words regarding about this match series so far, Monchelle?
No, in the end, it's just, I think, a matter of being outclassed.
Play.
Like, it's, we're already in the top 4.
Yeah.
Competition is extremely tough.
Correct.
And we saw signs of hope in game one when basically, especially like kudos to Gear with the Grok itself. But in the end, Venus
Yeah.
Vincier just emerged victorious as the better team. But without further ado, we want to be able to jump into the players interview
okay.
with our lovely host, Al, to walk us through and what the players think of this entire tournament and that recent game.
Thank you very much, Cassis. I am here with John Francis, the first time appearing on the stage with a big smile from Venus Vincier. 2-0 all around. Of course, he has the right to smile. So, John, this is your first time here. Let me know about the plan. Is this all according to your plan? Getting 2-0 against Now or Later?
Yeah, this all according to our plan, and me and my teammate do our best, and they do their best too. And yeah, good luck and have fun.
Short, simple, sweet, everything that you want in a nice dish, and John Francis has it. Well, we're going in to the further of this tournament, so a lot has to be asked for. But I want to take it back a little bit because I never got to ask you guys, what does Venus Vincier mean? It's a very interesting name.
Venus is our campus name in Indonesia, and Vincier mean win in Spanish, I think.
Spanish, I think. Okay, there you go, the lore. So it is their campus university and win in Spanish. So one last question here before we go into a break. I wanted to ask you, DX Origins is your next opponent. Do you have any words to say to them?
Do your best and good luck, have fun.
Do your best. Good luck. Have fun, guys. That is all from John Francis. We know so much now. And the next series is coming very, very soon. So do not go anywhere and come back after this break.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes! Because of the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open up so many possibilities. The next big thing is you.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Take a flight.
This is such a great trip. I would love to take us all to dinner tonight. Make the reservation. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, okay. You go, Chris.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everyone's searching for the next big thing in technology. But the next big thing isn't this.
Integration, encryption, quantum.
And it's definitely not this.
Why I'm a trailblazer, a groundbreaker, a pioneer, and most of all, a disruptor.
No. Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
May? Really?
Yes, look at you. You're an artist. You're open to experiment. You make your actors go shh. And then you have other ideas and make them, yeah, do that. It's never easy. But you open your heart.
Hi, I'm live. I have a play this weekend. Hi, do you like theatre?
No, I didn't see. Sorry.
You open conversations. You do this, you do that. You go...
To be or not to be?
You know that big thing I was talking about? Well, with Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities. You'll open your imagination, open more ways to be, you know, creative, and open more ways to collaborate. Wow, you made that. We're putting all that power of Galaxy AI in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Dinner tonight. Make the reservation and get back to me about it. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, you go, Chris.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
Series 1 ended in a whopping 2-0 swift to the side of Venus Vincier. They managed to stay alive in this competition, but their next opponents, DX Origins, a rematch, have something to say about it. But before we go into the events, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. My name is Lemonade, your host for today, and all of this is powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, also the mobile devices that the players are using throughout the tournament. As we move on in this top 4, now top 3, as we say goodbye to now or later, we are still looking in a prize pool totaling to 15,000 USD dollars, where each of these teams will be walking away with. Just a matter of what amount as we move forth. Series 2 is now on the way as we have Venus Vincier as well as DX Origins getting ready. But before we move on, who will it be as we introduce team number 1 all the way from Malaysia in their home country right here? We have DX Origins!
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me, I'm too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up.
To meet them in this finals of the lower brackets, who will survive? It is none other than the team that has been victorious in the series before, from Indonesia, Venus Vincier!
Let me set the record straight for a minute. Hate, I get it, say it with them. I don't give a I'm cool with it, play and peep the fans with them. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. Yeah. You and I, they already, he an outlaw, getting off when he calls envy. Hit the peanut gallery, they all jelly. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. Yeah, we let them say what they gon' say about us.
DX Origins and Venus Vincier, only one of them will continue on into the grand finals to face off for Bakri. But as they are here right now, they need to show a sportsmanship act of fist bumping to showcase their friendship towards this match. Opponent to opponent, man to man. They make it through. This is the only match standing between them and the last grand finals series. So this is a story of rematch, as we saw DX Origins in day 1 taking 2-0 from Venus Vincier. Will Venus Vincier have cracked the code in order to defeat their opponents, or would they stumble once again? Well, we'll only find out as the series is now beginning. It is now commencing. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are at home, make sure to cheer for your favorite team. For those of you who are in Orange Esports, cheer for your team as well. Let's bring it over to our casters, Monshao and KBC. All over to you.
Seeking revenge against the very team that knocked them down in towards the lower brackets. This is the rematch we are waiting for. We welcome you back to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series MLBV. My name is Monshao, alongside me KBC Sensei. I'm so psyched. As what our lovely host has mentioned, that we want to see that, have they actually figured out DX Origins? Was that loss a fluke? Or has DX Origins have what it takes to continue on to the grand finals?
I mean, first up, congratulations to both teams, make it to the top 4. That's the most important one. But going back to what you said, we have our discussion off camera. We did say that maybe, just maybe, Venus Vincier has found their footing. They have found their role, their mojo wojo, whatever you call it right there, to penetrate into the top 3. And perhaps, this could be their best opportunity to get into the grand finals and having an all-out Indonesian Civil War with 404 Bakri waiting for them in the grand final spot.
Exactly, and all is standing in their way is the very team, as mentioned, that caused their grueling lower bracket run. Now they're back in seeking revenge against DX Origins. Now that back to differ back in this best of 3, will DX Origins stick to the original plan of how they dealt with exactly with Venus Vincere, or have they figured it all out?
I mean, DX Origins as well. I mean, they are the team that actually dropped down Venus Vincere 2-0. The game 2 was actually quite close. I find there's a little bit more hope in terms of Venus Vincere actually coming back from the game. But, you know, credits to where credit is due. DX Origins able to seal the deal, able to go undefeated until they met for over Bakri. So I would still give them maybe a 10% edge, 60-40 in terms of ratio. But again, anything can happen right here. And thanks to best of 3 series, even at the lower brackets, both teams can do it all out. You know, they can make sure to read one another first. And perhaps we can see our very first all-game series for this best of 3 matchup.
Yep, exactly. And not to mention, this tournament is made possible powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra. And not only that, we're giving away more free MLBB diamonds.
Yep.
How many are we giving out today?
I mean, there's a lot, but every time I see these comments just popping out the screen and without my phone, I'm just gonna give up. Yep. No words on that. But hey, everything is for you all out there. Thank you so much for your support and commitment to our tournament. If you're in the live stream as well, make sure to say hi, make sure to like, make sure to share, and most importantly, comment down which teams or which players you're supporting in order to make it as the champions for the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series.
This is just a classic Malaysia versus Indonesia MLBB we have right here. There's a lot of national pride riding on the line here. As we mentioned from yesterday, for Bakri, they won Indonesia versus Indonesia finals. But let's see if DX Origins will be able to stop that plan in their tracks.
Yeah, and DX Origins as well, you know, they even have their revenge tour. They also wanted to take this opportunity as well to perhaps warm up first and then making sure that if they were to put Venus Vincere out of the tournament, that will be a rematch as well in the grand finals. But then again, you know, I got to give it up to the production crew for making such nice opening entries for the players. I actually really enjoyed that.
Yes.
Both the Malaysia or DX Origins and of course Venus Vincere, especially more towards Venus Vincere because, you know, the ending part, they were like, whoa, looking at the camera at that one time. Very synchronized, very synchronized.
Yeah, they look so deadly, but when you actually see the players all smiles, like shaking hands, just laughing it up, so calm, cool, and collected. So it's very different facade overall.
Poise and pride, that I think that will be the summary of that whole entirety, and I hope that they can bring this to their game as well. So again, we can't comment much. I mean, we can use the past history that yes, Venus Vincere lost badly, competitive sweep 0-2. Maybe this time around they have their machines rolling already because they played the previous game. They had a bit of warm-ups also as well. DX Origins, if they were to lose game 1, that means they're still not awake yet. So they hope they will try to go for game 2 and force to game 3. But other than that, this is going to be a match that we should watch. We should really pay attention to because this most likely be the most competitive series by far.
I mean, I would like to think that game 1 would set the tone for the rest of the series accordingly, and either team would love to ride on the momentum to victory.
Yep. And yeah, again, for those who don't know what's going on right here, welcome again to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang game title. And the tournament is powered by the latest Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Yeah, you can see Monshal was like over there. And of course, victory can be yours if you manage to grab your device quickly into your palms. As you can also tell that all of our players just now when you're walking into the player walk-ins, they were carrying the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, which they will be using that device as well for the entirety of the tournament.
I mean, you gotta give them the best phone to showcase what they got, you know. We have such talented amateur players from basically, they came from all sorts of background, and we absolutely love that there is a platform for aspiring champions.
Yes, and of course, to all our teams, you know, we have 8 teams in, 8 teams in total. 2 teams from Indonesia, 2 teams from Singapore, and then 4 teams from Malaysia. After 2 days already, heading to now, we're only left with 4 teams. Unfortunately, we have to split now or later from the Singaporean side. farewell. We actually did that and greet them as well for a very good game. Nonetheless, however, they played their hearts out and they managed to walk away with 1.5k or 1,500 USD dollars as a consolation prize for finishing 4th place. However, the 3rd place, this one is going to be a difference between 1,000 USD, because if you manage to get into the finals, you are guaranteed at least 3,500 USD in hand already.
And that is just a life-changing amount of cash and also just the bragging rights altogether for either one of these teams. But now it's a matter of like, let's see how in the minds of these players will they be able to overcome the odds and emerge victorious from this best of 3 series.
Yes, the odds are stacked against each other, but I do believe these two teams will put up a great fight with one another. Angela Loyi being banned already, possibly a Ling and a Chip will be banned as well. And the first pick will go perhaps a Roger. Let's see whether my predictions are right, Monchel.
I'm gonna close my eyes and already imagine the draft. We're gonna see Roger one side, Harif on the other.
Valentina.
But it seems like they're opening up the draft accordingly. Chip is still available. As you mentioned, Roger Harif. I would like to see Moskov once again because I think we only were able to see him once accordingly. But it does seem there's a slight change of plans for both teams. They're looking to change things up. Not the standard bans accordingly, but Chip, much respect for this hero, but Ling is open.
Oh, wait a minute. I was wrong. It looks like Ling is still open here.
Ling, yeah.
Roger will be the first pick for the Indonesian team as well. DX Origins, they have a choice to take this Ling and perhaps another hero to combo right there. Had a Harif here, which is good, but will they even lock in the Ling? That would be the question.
You can't let this hero go because unless they have a different idea and plan, but no, they're deciding that they want to stick with the tank jungle route and Fredrin will be the pick.
Yeah, Fredrin will be the pick. And normally, we would see Fredrin possibly at the 3rd, 4th to 5th pick. But this time around, he is actually the first 2 picks in hand. So DX Origins playing a little mind games as well.
They're challenging them.
Yeah.
They say pick the Ling because I don't know why exactly they're just going to continue. Yeah, no. Why is there so much hesitation to pick up the Ling or any assassin pickup? Both teams are so wary of each other that they're not revealing their strategies. But whoa! But I was kind of excited if we're going to see a Veil being picked up. But no, they're opting to go in for the classic Faramis.
Yeah, I feel like maybe, just maybe, based on my perspective, both teams kind of have a counter pick for Ling already. So maybe perhaps they'll just say, hey, Force, you go ahead to take this Ling and we will build a counter for your Ling build up or lineup here. But it seems like both teams are not falling for the bait just yet. Novaria will be picked up by the Indonesian side of Venus Vincier. And speaking of bans, Esmeralda is banned instead.
It's just a high-risk, high-reward situation when you pick up the Ling altogether in the hands of the right players. But if your opponent's able to counter-draft and just completely stop him in his tracks, this becomes, begs the question, right? No, this is so interesting. Now we're in the heat of the moment. We're already in our top 3. What will come into fruition?
Yeah, interesting yet unorthodox selections there. Ling is still open, but it seems like we're going to see a Benedetta. We haven't seen this Benedetta since day 1, game 1 if I'm not mistaken.
I am imagining like if basically DX Origins, right, they have plan B in the case where they do fall behind at any point, they still can rely on the Harif as well as the Benedetta to do any form of split push across the map. And having a macro play in plan is just a great one to have because they are aware that what's at stake.
Double fighters.
Yep, this is exactly what is coming into it.
Oh my goodness, can we see a Moskov here? Come on, come on. You want to lock onto that, so at least to punish those players if we were to hit to middle to late game.
Nah, and they're missing out on the roamer. I would believe Harif will exactly go towards the goal lane. Matilda is oh my god. This is Matilda Faramis.
Matilda, Fermis, care to explain a little bit on that, Monchel?
No, so imagine the amount of mobility as well as combination of the Nether Realm, just enabling the overall placement of it all, just to ensure that your team is covered and protected with that second life.
How about sustainability as well, right?
Incredible.
Oh,
It's just incredible amount of sustainability with the combination of such a tanky frontliner of the Fredrin itself. Yes, this is going to be a strong early game start for DX Origins.
All right, we have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game one, testing the waters between the Indonesian team of Venus Vincere and, of course, Malaysia team DX Origins Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game right now. Game number one, team, let's go.
Exactly, this is the match we're waiting for. This is the rematch, the seeking revenge against the Origins. We have Venus Vincere. Understandably, they are absolutely tested to the limit as they just came out victorious from their earlier matchup today. Let's see whatever tricks they have up their sleeve.
Yeah, whatever cards they also want to play around is better playing here, because one of these teams will be making towards the grand finals, facing against 404 Bakri, who I believe are also at the arena as well. And speaking of which, for those who are at the arena, make sure to claim your free MLBB diamonds, including those online as well. Quickly screenshot, quickly copy paste, because I can promise you, I'm not stealing any codes. Definitely, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, steal the codes before a next fight breaks out, because both sides, it's versus StarTeasy versus Keyboy. They're extremely wary of each other. They're ensuring that they're mirroring each other's movement, the custom map, not giving either one an inch.
Yeah, no inch of space, not even an inch or so to start the fight, just holding on to that. Remember, get level 4 first. I think this is the most important thing, and if you can do additional damage, steal your enemy's jungle minion camps.
Yep, that's exactly it. Came in, forced out of position slightly, but he's on top of Evilus. He gets the first blood, appraisers around, takes out the Alpha, and StarTeasy on the run, but came in, almost taken out as a result.
Icane able to run away too safely right there. Great move, by the way. Monchel, I think, you know, they really committed for the skirmish. They're very aggressive, but in the meantime, they are able to reduce the casualties, or minimal casualties in place.
Yeah, Jan Francis just being able to release the Star Shadow to deter DX Origins' pursuit onto it, but on top side.
Yep, top side here, Siska just going back and forth with Keyboy Girl up onto this Matilda. Nothing too serious just right now, unless Novaria can hear. Whoa! Novaria nearly stealing away their turtle, but then nonetheless, however, DX Origins have the upper advantage in terms of that kill. And it looks like Team Venus Vincere are pushed down to their limits here, as one member bites down. Emmy Lepis unfortunately falls down, and maybe more to come. Look at that. It looks like the Yutong Fatal Lapsy comes into play as well, but then is able enough to secure the kill. Yes, he will kill off Matilda. Maybe more to come, but Icane takes out Ikan Francis, even though dealing multiple damage onto that. StarTeasy, we are holding on the fight. The Rockets, the ejection over here. Golin Marang with the Aris able to come back safely with the help of Icane. And Icane, he is phenomenal with that kill, able to save his teammate as well.
Icane, really the saving grace there. Gold Lane was really in a lot of trouble in this situation. Siska being hunted down by this dragon accordingly, but he does not quite able to land the finishing blow, but he's forced out of position. Jan Francis once is so hungry for those kills, but it's going to be quite difficult to catch this slippery Benedetta.
And then, you know, you said earlier on, you know, having the Novaria using the Astro Echo and then following up with the skill, that's so deadly though. That was like an instant pick off if he wasn't that careful.
Yeah, Jan Francis is out for blood. He has been quite accurate with his snipes with the Star Shatter accordingly, and DX Origin has to be really careful of that because he's absolutely playing from behind. But right now we're seeing that Keyboy Gulab earlier with the circling eagle, just being able to set up and chase down Envilepsy on the Alpha. It's not looking to be a good start for him.
Oh, it has to be careful. StarTeasy using the injection right there, but then the rest of the members of Venus Vincere, they said, you know what, let's disengage. Let's try to zone out DX Origin so we can secure our buff, and yes, they will do so. Turtle will spawn on the top side, the top turtle pit, in the next 10 seconds, and it seems like this most likely be a part of Venus Vincere to hold on to this, unless, of course, DX Origins make something happen.
I love the movement coming out from Siska, the way he's maneuvering, clearing waves, just mounting the pressure on towards DX or onto Venus Vincier, forcing them to respond while they're able to secure objectives accordingly. Zaman Force
coming in here, shooting left and right, but then there are 3 members against 1. Gold Lane Marang had to be very quick for the back, but he has backup here, and they are trying to go for this skirmish, going for this fight. Unfortunately, for them, Venus Vincier found out something different and they walk away. I'm not sure who actually took the turtle. You managed to catch it?
I didn't quite catch it, unfortunately.
It's okay, never mind. We will probably see the goal advantage. Not much of a difference as well. Can we see this? There's a turtle buff here?
No,
oh, yes. Is that the turtle buff?
At this point, I would think that DX Origins was able to secure the turtle. I think Benedetta was able to get it, but circling Eagle on towards Star TC lands the turret onto his cave, but he'll be able to just get out safely with the guiding wind. Keyboy is just able to sustain. NetherRealm has been committed. Just that additional level of insurance to ensure, but Black Dragon Form coming in. He's looking to hunt down the members accordingly. We'll be able to only get him in.
We're pushing up here, going on here with Kim-Min, killing off the Yuzong. The Yuzong unfortunately got stunned down, CC'd badly, and eventually loses his life.
Yeah, Kim-Min was just able to land the taunt at the exact moment before the Petrify could come true, and he was able to land the Praiser's Wrath accordingly. Great footwork coming up from Kim-Min. This is why he prioritized picking up the Fredman. He is so comfortable on this pick, and this is just coming into this is just coming according to plan for Excite of DX Origins with the lead.
Yeah, and shout out to our production team. They have reconfirmed that DX Origin actually got the turtle. So I believe Kim-Min was the one who got the turtle buff earlier on. And this is good news for DX Origins. They definitely need all that firepower. They need that upscale resources in order to keep their team fight dreams alive. At the very least, keep on snowballing and able to put a fight towards Venus Vincier.
Astro Echo revealing where DX Origins is on the map, preventing a potential ambush on the side of Venus Vincier. But DX Origins, they're winning on fronts. They're securing all objectives. They have a tower advantage altogether, and DX Origin will be able to secure the turtle with no contest whatsoever. John Francis not quite landing that Star Shatter. I think he was just using that accordingly to scout out if any members of DX Origin are hiding in the bushes.
Yeah, this feels like deja vu or game 1 where DX Origins are also applying multiple pressure points onto Venus Vincier. Venus Vincier could not even respond right there, getting locked down within their own vicinity. And eventually, if this continues to snowball, they will lose their map control and jungle in place.
Venus Vincier is looking rather lost, don't you agree? Because DX Origins, they're so mobile with the combination of the Matilda as well as the Benedetta, just roaming together across the map, just securing gank after gank. I'm not sure how Venus Vincier are able to break through.
Oh, here comes the breakthrough that most likely they will need it, but do they have the firepower for this fight? We have to wait and see. Yuzong already with the Black Dragon Form ultimate, trying to zone out his opponents, but there is no feedback or whatsoever, and possibly stealing that buff away from Venus Vincier.
There's just not enough answers, not enough damage. Yeah, no. Basically, DX Origins are just choking now. Astro Echo just revealing the positions, but they cannot follow up altogether. All they have to do... Envy was still able to secure his purple buff, but they can't even form any sort of engagement.
Correct. They're just, holding on to that wound. But the wounds just keep bleeding over there. Speaking of wounds keep bleeding, it looks like StarTeasy will bite the dust one more time. And now multiple members of Team DX Origin, NetherRealm's already out of hand. Harif, Golin, Maran going ham right now. Left, right, up, down. Getting another kill as Siska will follow one up. 4 members of Venus Vincier are out of the battlefield at this point of time.
Adding insult to injury, Keyboy with the clutch guiding wind, just pulling Gold Lane right out up to safety.
Man, that was... DX Origin already pre-planned that. They have the confidence. Like I said, they have the farms already. They are trying to shut down, negate any buff takings from Venus Vincier. Venus Vincier, they paid the price. They couldn't secure their buff, the orange buff, where they couldn't deal much more damage. Yes, they do get the purple buff, but at what cost? There's not enough full upskill as well. And you can compare the levels right now, the level differences between DX Origins and Venus Vincere is just too far ahead.
It's just the die potential coming out from the side of DX Origin, the Matilda mid-mobility, as well as Siska just constantly threatening the backline. Oh, there is a fair bit of damage, but the healing coming out from Keyboy Gulab is just absolutely insane as they're so far ahead. 7k gold lead.
Yeah, I think Juan Francis also, even he uses ultimate, the Astro Echo, not much of follow-ups to do. Yes, they do get intel, they do get info that, hey, you know, somebody's going to gank us here, but even if there's a gank coming in here, they could not sustain in the fight. So it's all about retreating or maybe just scaring the opponents to move away or to re-rotate to other position.
There are just so many tools from the side of DX Origin in negating any sort of engagement coming out from Venus Vincere. Yes, Star TC can land the troll, but they have the healing as well as the Nether Realm, just a second life, and with the amount of die potential coming out from Benedetta, constantly harassing them, and just look at he's doing so much pressure as the Lord is marching down bottom lane.
Yeah, the Matilda as well. Oh, nearly suffering a death, but it's okay. She is still alive. The Lord marches down, and then I think he's going to concede this Lord. Their objective has been achieved. They managed to get one inhibitor turret. Maybe more to come as they wait for the minion waves to push forward right here.
Yep, smooth movement coming out from Siska, just narrowly missing the Star Shatter. Venus Vincere wasn't even able to secure a single turret objective.
Yeah, I mean, Venus Vincere could not kill off the Matilda. That's also one thing to kind of take note on that. As for DX Origins, in the meantime, they are just controlling every single map. This looks so different from the Venus Vincere that we saw earlier on, Shell.
Right, exactly. Black Dragon form Trish trying to zone the members. Fatal Lapsy actually gets a kill on towards Siska. NetherRealm, unfortunately not pop quite yet, but Keyboy lends the kill on towards the Jawhead, but Iken Francis jumping towards the backline, but Goling Mara is massive. As a double kill right underneath the noses of Venus Vincere's base.
Yeah, Goling Marang, he has been phenomenal. Double kill, just continuing on the pressure here. I think this Harif is going to be a pain in the butt, especially taking down the inhibitor turrets. He is, of course, deemed the mage marksman. He deals amount of damage and attack speed like a marksman himself, just that he is a magic-based hero. And now we can see that, you know, the rest of the members of Team Venus Vincere, they will respond back with Envy, but then DX Origins still control multiple map areas. 11 seconds till the next slot pops out. I believe this is going to be Luminous Lord.
Yep, exactly. I do like the attempts from Fatal Lapsy, you know, Black Dragon, for hoping to catch out multiple members. But where is the rest of his team to be able to follow up accordingly on that engagement? It's so difficult for them.
StarTZ, he's using Conceal here, trying to catch one of the players off guard, but could not do so. Or could this be a fatal move because they tried to zone out the opponents? Yeah, Icane though, very low in HP. Nonetheless, however, the Lord is still in contest for the DX Origins. DX Origins is definitely going to secure this lot right here, and yes, they will.
While all that is going on, you see it left the final blow on towards Siska. Gets the troll, sacrificing himself just to ensure the rest of his team is able to secure the active, just causing chaos into the back. Like Keyboy gets a kill on towards the team. NetherRealm pop of that goal lane. Mara is massive. Envy. He's just jumping right in.
Oh, they're just jumping in right here, and a little bit of a misplay coming in here. But however, it is all for the inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like there's going to be game one right here, but hold up. Team DX Origins haven't completely closed this yet until now. Game one goes into the hands of the Malaysian Malaysian side. And yeah, congratulations to Team DX Origin for taking down the Crystal Base after a successful team fight.
GG, well played indeed to DX Origins, taking game one away. I was holding my breath there for a little moment because I did see that the crystal was targeting their members accordingly because I think the waves wasn't pushed up. But in the end, it was just a game secured. Beautiful textbook plays coming out from DX Origins. They just, I would simply say, they just executed on what their draft intended to. The Benedetta just causing havoc and discourse towards the back line of Venus Vincere. And the Matilda Boy just enabling the rest of his team. And the NetherRealm is just additional insurance on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, you already predicted already onto that draft. Speaking of sustainability, a lot of support spells, a lot of team supporting areas right there, including the mobility in play. Speaking of mobility, are you mobile enough to claim your free MLBB diamonds right now? Go ahead. It is PAGGJXRXPHPXP222446. Okay, I did it. Yeah, I'm not claiming it, you're right. See, hands free right there. But you know what, Wanshell? This game just justifies one thing. DX Origins, they are not phased from yesterday's defeat. They are really gunning going to go back to the grand finals.
Yep. I would say based on that game one, it was very convincing, and I would say just really smart and standard drafting. I would say this is a rather old strategy. They're not opting to go for the Assassin's Ways. Cayman is just more comfortable picking up the Fredrin, and has been working wonders for him as a result that Star TZ just can't find any openings, even though he's able to get maybe a single catch with a lockdown accordingly. But the rest of DX Origins is always there to follow up and to be able to capitalize on their engagement. They just have so many more tools. This is why I highlighted that Matilda Faramis is a deadly combo. Just look at the dive. They're just fully enabling Gold Lane just to go ham on the side of Venus Vincier.
Yeah, the hero comp enables them the confidence to just turret dive. Even though it's inhibitor turrets only, they manage to get multiple kills by then as well. Yes, you know, we see some of the members of DX Origins fall down, but again, the sacrifice is essential. The sacrifice is essential to get multiple kills, multiple lead-ups into their own base, and eventually knocking down that Crystal Palace bit by bit.
Yep, in these final moments, you can see that as we talked about the dive potential, like you're just able to go in, circling eagle with the guiding wind in and out. No harm done whatsoever. And DX Origins, even though we can see that in the last moments they were able to finally secure victory. But now let's just talk about our MVP of this match. We have Ikane on the Faramis 2-1 and 12, 88% teamfight participation. His NetherRealm timing honestly is impeccable. I think he only missed like one time when unfortunately the Benedetta has fallen as a result of that. Otherwise, he was able to keep his team topped up, healthy, and able to sustain for long durations throughout the team fight.
Yeah, perfect execution overall. Great support hero right there. Great support player in general. And look at that. Here comes the Sally. What is he doing? What is he doing? Oh! Sayang abang. Sayang adik juga. Alright. Good. So show love. Also show love to all of us as well. So if you are entertained right here, make sure to like, make sure to support him and his team in general. Speaking of which, overall scoreboard, everybody performed pretty well from the side of DX Origins. As for Team Venus Vincier, I mean, that just scrap out the whole game one, right? Just scrap out the whole game one, just see what can they fix in this draft, and hopefully they are able to play mechanically better than the next round, because that game one was awful for them.
Yeah, there was just not enough damage to really burst down Cayman, and that's what you need against the Fredrin. He's so tanky as well with the recent revamp of the tank items. We're seeing that come true. And because that, if you're unable to drop him low enough before he pops the Appraiser's Wrath, we have another whole set of problems that completely flip the switch accordingly.
Yeah, agree on that as well. And speaking of that, they also wanted to try that Alpha. I mean, they have the right ideas, including the Jawhead, but Jawhead couldn't catch anyone impactful that time. Alpha, not so effective as well. I feel like it's either the whole power, his power builds, or his power builds are not ready yet, or he wasn't very impactful during the team fights overall. But nonetheless, however, we have another free code. Wow, we have been so generous right here. So shout out to Samsung, woohoo! And I'm not going to read out the code for you all this time around, so make sure to claim it here. And again, Monshal, you did mention that whoever comes by on ground, they will get more stuff or something?
I heard that there will be more drops, yes.
Okay,
so exactly, head down to Quill City Mall. We are situated in the Orange Cafe. Just support your team line. We still have a Malaysian representative here.
Woo, good. Bring your Jalo Gemilang flex as well to flex on them, and of course the support in this case of scenario. But then again, game 2, Venus Vincier, their backs against the walls. What can they do since they are going to have the very first... Sorry, they had the very first pick or second pick? Oh, they're going to go to the second pick already, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yep, second pick in hand.
Yep. So I think this feels like a very different team altogether compared to what we see in the previous match, because it does seem that DX Origins, they're just sticking to their plan. They're sticking to what they're comfortable with the draft. They executed upon it perfectly. Siska was just so effective, just being able to just dive right in, threatening their backline, just being able to weave in and out and constantly mounting the pressure, while the rest of the team, with all that discourse that was happening, was able to secure objective, and well, Cayman was just left to his own devices.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, if Venus Vincier can get that link again to their hands, why not try to emulate something very similar to the previous game that they defeated Now or Later? The only concern that you have to know is if the whole team of DX Origins, they already have a game plan to counter this Ling. Because we always see that Ling is the type of hero that comes in later. He comes to join the fight. Or he somewhat rotates and try to pick off solo heroes across their sides, side lanes, or, you know, the respective lanes. And so if they can manage to find that to counter him, that's, you know, that's unfortunate. But again, it's so difficult to catch this Ling. Another hero, a very slippery hero, to even CC him at one point. And yeah, if they can use this Ling to the upper advantage and to control whatever winning conditions they have, I still feel they have a chance in this series.
It's just a matter of high risk, high reward, because like this is the first time we see that the Ling is just left wide open, not contested whatsoever. Cayman is probably just thinking, I'll stick to my guns. I'm stick to what I'm comfortable with, what I've been playing with all this while, and it has worked out for me. And I know how the rest of my team is able to back me up accordingly. They did not lack damage whatsoever. The minute we saw that Golin was just popping off with the Hariva, this is why this hero is so highly contested in this tournament.
Yes, highly contested is the word around here. As for DX Origin, I think I have nothing much to say to them. They have been absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. Perfect, really perfect execution. Maybe minus on some deaths here, but again, the sacrificial deaths are not going to waste. They are not in vain. Overall, they're just one more game ahead, and we might see a rematch between 404 Bakri with this Malaysian team. Yeah, again, game 2 is all for the taking. We have to see the Drasser right there. So again, possibly a Ling might be brought into the hero lineup. If not, then we might see the usual standard metas like from MPL that have been played for this game 2.
Yep. I would say the meta as of now with the recent patch hasn't been fully defined yet. We have seen the comeback of assassin junglers, but I think today we are definitely seeing that tank junglers are just as good. It depends overall on how you want to be able to play around with this team composition, because, you know, they're both drawbacks. The drawbacks maybe perhaps you may or may not have enough damage towards the later stages of the game, but it feels like the game is just going on extremely fast accordingly. But now we have to consider how they will have to play this out. Back to the drawing board for both teams, and let's see how this draft plays out.
So Loy being banned out from the side of Team DX Origins, while Angela, no questions, will not see the daylight at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, we haven't talked about Hellcat yet. No, maybe they can also go for that as well if they are able to build a hero comp around him. That's be something good. And they ban out Ling. Okay, DX Origins. Maybe just perhaps, since Venus Vincier have 2 picks to start off with, they want to ban this out to avoid any shenanigans or any downfall here. So one more here will be Chip, perhaps. And yes, it will. And it will be Roger for the first pick.
Yeah. Either Roger or Harif, exactly. But yep, no, but it seems like Harif will be the option here.
Nice.
It has worked out wonders for Gold Lane Marang accordingly. And he's just been zipping around, being absolute terror in the land of Dawn. And why fix something that isn't broken, right?
Yep, agree on that. And he's been juking left and right as well. But speaking of which, Team Venus Vincier starting out very strong. Fedrin and Arlott as well. Wow, this is very good. They have a lot of CC already in this case.
Yep, the taunt as well as the final slash just coming true. They're hoping to displace multiple members. But still have various options, right? They can still, DX Origins can still go for either the Faramis or the Valentina accordingly, but no, it seems like they're sticking to his guns. He still wants to play a tank jungle. Yep, they're definitely very confident in this case here. If you're talking about displacement, Heavy Spin will definitely be a great way to go. And Siska, we have seen his performance on the Benedetta. We can definitely expect him to cause a much chaos in towards the ranks of Venus Vincier.
Yeah, chose Akai as well. Not many appearance for my favorite hero. Not because I like to use him, but his size of his belly is also equals as mine. But then again, I like this selection coming in here. Something more, something different, something unique. I can really see the potential of Akai zoning out opponents left and right. But then, of course, opponents, if not mistaken, the Indonesian side, they also selected Valentina. So Heavy Spin also is also in their hands if they want to. Jawhead will be removed from there, and of course most likely the last one, who do they want to ban? Do they want to ban another side lane hero, or perhaps just perhaps Aroma?
I think banning out Matilda is definitely the better call, because yes, it would be favorable in their hands as well, but based on the earlier performance with the Fredwind and the combination with the Guiding Wind, it's going to be an unstoppable force altogether. You're just deciding, yep, we don't want to play against that because we did a really good job earlier on, so they're just banning it out completely.
Yeah, banning it out, don't want to force anything. And yes, like I said, and Hellcat. So perhaps they're building this hero combo, hero lineup for Hellcat. Perhaps Hellcat can start the initiation, with the Dark Knight Falls, and then perhaps he's going to pick off players as well. But Monshel, I think you spotted out something unique here.
No, basically, they pick up the Hellcat because it is one of the counter picks to the Fredwind, so they're just denying it away because either way, the Akai could be flexed towards the roamer position, but we're actually going to see a Cho in this competition. Now, we're going to see some fancy footwork here.
Wow, Cho and a Moskov as well. Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 2 in our hands. I'm so excited to see this Cho. It's going to be it's a flex hero. You can become a fighter, you can become an assassin, you can be a support tank, whatever it is. But we have to wait and see later on. And Moskov, Venus Vincier, they want that mid to late game fights. They are looking for a potential power spike in the hands of their marksman hero.
Yep, I mean, in the end, we're expecting this is going to be with the 1v1 matchup against Harif and Moskov, but take note, basically Harif will definitely win out against Moskov pre-level 4, so it really is up to him on how he's going to adjust accordingly. He has to play as safely as possible. As we jump into game number 2, we're at match point, and let's see if Venus Vincier will be able to pull it back and force a game 3.
Is this the end of Venus Vincier, or would this be the rematch for Team DX Origins? Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 shall be possibly the deciding factor here, if we don't see game 3, of course. And now we can see standard operations procedure, aka SOP, go for their buffs, and of course trying to scale up to level 4, harass this mid lane as well. Ron Francis has to be very careful here. He's going to get melted down left and right, up and down. The Cho, remember, that Cho does not have Way of the Dragon, and thankfully he doesn't have so. But then it looks like First Blood to start TZ over there, forcing out Ikane's Novaria, and the Novaria will be the first casualty.
Yeah, unfortunately, not having enough damage, they won't be able to trade accordingly. But ladies and gentlemen, claim another free MLBB Diamond drop accordingly as we watch Fatal Legacy just zip past multiple members of DX Origins.
Yeah, first blood and first reward for our viewers outside there. Hoping we get to see a first ace as well for today. Then maybe we can see multiple codes being dropped. Wonder.
We are already expecting that Star TZ will be absolute terror in the Land of Dawn, and ensuring that Ikane on the Novaria as well as Harif, they are not unable to play as safely as they would want.
Yeah, not safely as they want. Star TZ there has so much roaming potential, able to be mobile in different areas as well. Kimin, meanwhile, getting harassed left and right. But he managed to steal that camp of minions, the neutral minions in place. And now bottom lane though, very, very heavily orientated for all 6 heroes down there.
I mean, they're looking to contest for the turtle, but Siska fancy footwork will just be able to just sustain accordingly. Star Shatter connecting, but as of now, not enough damage. It seems like they're so wary of each other. They're mirroring each other's movement as they walk towards their first objective.
Nonetheless, however, the X-Origins has to be very careful. Look at that, multiple members of Venus Vincere trying to punish down heroes who are out of position. However, Akai, he seems to be the one that's going to fall down, bites the dust right here, ladies and gentlemen. More to come as the team of the X-Origins are continuing on to push on the fight, but then they don't have enough firepower. Nonetheless, however, perhaps they kind of overcommitted in this case. Venus Vincere gets the turtle in hand, but Icane following up with one kill of their self.
Forcing so many resources, just committed on towards Fatal Lepsy. He almost survived and actually was sustaining true, pinning true the members of the X-Origin, but he will fall as a result. But we can see earlier what the Dark Knight Falls committed. Came in, there's nowhere to run.
Yep, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And oh, maybe more here. Starteezy is probably going to be online already. So much, so painful with the Deadly Stinger. And of course, MV Lepsy with the Fedrid is able to knock it down and get another kill for himself.
Yeah, popping eye for an eye was not enough in that situation. He'd hope he was able to dash back into safety, but Ikan just barely able to just walk out of that engagement. Keyboy, unfortunately, not quite able to land any skills onto a route that...
Oh, Keyboy Galat nearly taking out that one star for Starteezy. Oh, way of the dragon though, but then is that a right position to do so? Most likely so. What a play, and a heavy spin as well, taking out the Fedrid, but there's no follow-up right now. Meanwhile, Venus Vincere will take the fight towards the X-Origins, looking forward for one more payback onto any of the heroes right now. Kimin looks like to be the sacrificial hero for the side of the X-Origins. The X-Origins also continue to lose members left and right. Icane falling down with the Novaria. And Golden Mara wins the fight against Moskov. Remember, the Moskov still haven't gone online yet, but then Keyboy Gola, so close. Starteezy just got to flicker right in and just get the kill.
This is one action-packed match. Just both teams just throwing blow for blow, but Golden Mara really showing his prowess on this hard pickup, winning out that 1v1. That was just a really close call together.
Man, trading kills after kills. This is such a phenomenal play. Non-stop action-packed game right there. But then again, if you want to talk about statistics or analytics, Venus Vincere still has the lead. They somewhat also have a little bit of more map control. And speaking of map control, Keyboy Gala, with the Way of the Dragon. Unable to finish off Fatal Lepsy though, but Fatal Lepsy is zoned out. He is unable to do anything right here, and he will fall down to Golden Mara, who get a double kill from that hero.
Yep. A lot of resources committed to him, but they do get the kill on top. Jan Francis not quite landing on the heavy spin onto Mother, but Icane, he should be able to, just a little bit less damage with the Astral Spear, just be able to just zone away and get out scot-free.
Scot-free, but speaking of scot-free, I think Keyboy Galak is playing a little bit too pesky right there, and yes, he's able to survive in hand, but nonetheless, however, Venus Vincere able to secure the second turtle in their bag. So yes, they lost 2 heroes, but hey, one more turtle for the objective itself. So it's even Stevens at the moment for both teams.
Yeah, just earlier on, Keyboy Galat was just able to narrowly avoid the Deadly Stinger here, but lands the pin altogether. But Keyboy is just still able to get away.
Nearly GC right there, Monshell. Almost to his sliver of death there. But hey, this is a warning actually to the X-Origins. They cannot just simply go into their camp and just a farm right there. They have to be all eyes open for this Hellcat.
Yeah, but there's only so much you can do, right? They have to play so responsive. Came in now taking a lot of beating. Heavy spin, pinning it down. Just insult to injury, using his own ultimate. But you can see that Siska just trying to jump in towards the back line, but Joan Francis just able to keep up the distance. But Siska unable to find anything, and he trades for his life instead. Lands the Way of the Dragon on towards Envy. Do they have enough damage? Lands the taunt. Here comes Starteezy. We able to get his teammate up to safety. Lands the shutdown on towards the Harvard. Envy is just getting chased down by Keyboy, but not enough damage. Look at the HP. Look at that HP bar.
Wow, that HP bar was so close. Couldn't even get a naked kill. And because of that, they had to sacrifice at least 3 heroes. Not getting a single one when they're committed for that skirmish. Nonetheless, however, big shout out to StarTZ using the Dark Knight Falls at the right time, confusing his opponents left and right. Could not find a kill. Speaking of kill, here comes the consolation. Siska will take down this Moskov in the stages of the game.
Yep, basically in a 1v1 situation as of now, I believe that Ikan Francis, he has fallen slightly behind 0, 3, and 1. Doesn't have quite enough damage as of now. We can see a Dark Knight Falls has been came in, despite this, still able to secure the turtle final slash committed onto 2. But basically there will be no continuation of any fight.
Yeah, no fights at all, disengaged at the moment. But then bottom side, the Moskov has to be, the Arlov had to be very careful in here. Our Lord, as you can see from the itemization, Monsha, maybe take us a little bit through on that.
Yeah, I would say classic for Harith, completing Starlium site as well as the Federal Heaven. Just really standard stuff. That's why he's able to win out in that 1v1 accordingly. And we can see that Moskov is still slightly behind. He needs to complete that Trinity build accordingly. Lands the way on the Dragon, but killing spree secured by StarTZ. Just being able to melt down members of DX Origin. Keyboy Galam not able to land anything further on. The rest of his team responding way too late, unable to compensate for Gold Lane's death.
Yeah, Gold Lane Marang, just so unfortunate that his Harith got caught off guard right there and his team could not compensate with another kill here. But whoa, Valentina takes down Novaria. This spells a little bit of a crack right here for the side of Team DX Origins as Venus Vizier, they have the lead at this moment. They have map control. They're continuing on the fight with DX Origins here. Heavy spin there, but then can they finally take them out? Yes, Fredrin Wolf loses his life. But then, however, Venus Vizier, they still have strength in numbers at that mid lane.
Lands the heavy spin pin, and the Electro Final Blow just will be able to take out that tanky Fredlin accordingly. But there's something to take note. DX Origin has forced to commit so many resources and ultimates, just trying to take out a single member each time they go head to hit with Venus Vizier. And they're able to narrow the goal lead accordingly. But top side, Gold Lane actually finally catching on his revenge for all the times he was hunted down by the cockroach.
Yeah, the cockroach, aka Hellcat, eventually loses his life right there. And maybe more to come for Team DX Origins. Very composed, very poised as well, I would say. Even though, yes, they've been losing fights left and right, but they didn't take these fights, as much fault in their hand. They're still continuing to be aggressive here. Speaking of which, they need this aggressiveness because the Lord has respawned. This is a basic Lord, but then this could be the turning tables between these two teams.
Yep, heavy spin committed as well as final slash Zaman for spin pop. You can see that Gold Lane has the damage coming through, but StarTZ isn't even in the fray yet. Will he pop Dark Knight Force trying to go back in? Fatal is just zipping through the members in. I don't think this is a fight they should be taking.
Yep, they are going to fall back at this point. StarTZ unfortunately kills our Kim in here, so they won't have their tank. And maybe Mordecai Siska, a little bit of a misplay there, going back and hoping to catch whoever opponents who are already low in HP. But nonetheless, however, Venus Vizier, they have map control and they have the Lord control in their taking right now.
I was rather concerned that yes, even though StarTZ was not available in that fight, but they didn't quite have enough damage to really burst down the Lord as of yet. And when Venus Vizier was able to re-enter the fight and basically turn the tables accordingly, they recognize that DX Origin has already burned the resources exactly, and that's when Venus Vizier had the room of opportunity to take on the fight.
Yeah, Venus Vizier also have insurance as well in the mid to late game. Their Moskov earlier on already so stacked right now with the speeds already starting to take down turret. You can see the pain itself already. And look at that, here comes Venus Vizier. They are pinning down Kimin even though he uses his heavy spin, but then it's not going to be enough. They will try to take down the tank first before he can provide any support for his team, and yes, they will. Venus Vizier looks like they're going to equalize things up in this second game. They are not going out just yet as DX Origins continuing on to support, to defend whatever's left on their base. However, it seems like they don't have Kimin who is able to zone out right here. They will need to do whatever's left to take care of that crystal base. Nonetheless, however, Venus Vincere, they hold on to that jungle control. They will continue the fight, perhaps a little bit of kiting, but then you have to remember Ikan Francis, he just got online. He's going to find multiple members here, going to strike them down. Look at the speed of damage coming in here. Keyboard Gulab though takes down Arlot, but Ikan Francis will return the favor, will go on with the kill. Kimi, meanwhile, speeding left and right, out of trouble, double kill. And of course, Starteezy will go in with the kill on the Hellcat. 3 members apiece already for 4 Venus Vincere. They can wait for this minion wave and can push for the checkmate.
That was a very long play-by-play coming out from UKBC. As you can see that Venus Vincere, they are maintaining the pressure, mounting on. They do have a mid-wave pushing. Can the rest of DX Origin defend accordingly? But no, it seems like they're just pinning them down. They're just forcing the end. The Moskov is on the crystal. We're forcing it all into a game tree. This is going to be a best of 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, that Moskov melting down that crystal palace. And I mean, you have to understand that, you know, we were talking about that. The Moskov is the insurance just in case if they were to scale to middle game. Even better if it's a late game right there, because there are no marksmen or DPSs right there at the late game as well. I think Hari is definitely going to get negated out, because once, you know, all the heroes have some magic defense here, he's not going to be proven anytime useful. But the Moskov, the true damage, the speed is the one that causes most of the chaos there. And yeah, it definitely paid off with that Moskov pick from the side of Team Venus Vincere.
I mean, as I mentioned, once Moskov is able to complete his main Trinity build, this is where he comes online. And there are just so many ways of hiding DX Origins accordingly as we look in towards the highlights. Starteezy, I think he did his job beautifully. He just was causing so much havoc, just shutting down the members of DX Origin, making it more difficult for them to play the game in comparison to game 1.
Yeah, and you can see that Venus Vincere, they are very confident with this hero comp. They were diving, they were making sure that they harass their opponents out their might. DX Origins, I feel like that Arkai strategy was 50-50. Yes, they do get a heavy spin on some heroes, but they didn't follow up that well. And when Arkai uses heavy spin on himself in order to save himself away from trouble, nobody is there to follow up, and eventually he gets shut down. Yes, they do shut down MV Lepsy a couple of times, and maybe most likely Starteezy when he got caught off guard alongside with Fatal Lepsy, but you let Ikan Francis as well just continue to farm, continue to be untouched, continue to be unscathed. That's the most important word. And he came in guns a-blazing, in this case spear a-blazing, depending on how you want to see it. Overall, it's just phenomenal play for Venus Vincere. I think they can continue on with this setup if Game 3 allows them to do so.
Fatal Lepsy just proven to be so potent in these team fights, that final slash displacing multiple members of DX Origin. And something to take note that with the Cho pickup as well as the Akai, I do think they just basically lack sufficient tools to be able to stop Venus Vincere, because every time DX Origins tries to take the fight, they have enough damage, but they're completely derailed and stopped in their tracks accordingly when they get shoved, they get slashed, they get speared and pinned. Yeah, it's just, especially with the Valentina pickup being able to also steal the heavy spin. So this just became a so much more difficult draft to play against.
Yep, and we're going to take a look on the MVP. I think it's going to be Keyboard Gulab, hopefully so. No, it's going to be Guan Francis. Okay, well worthy as well. MVP, 2 kills with 12 assists. That's a lot of them. 78% team fight participation. You know, yeah, I think everyone contributed in that fight, but Guan Francis perhaps probably playing great AoE attack, you know, able to steal essential skills away from the enemy and use it against them in return.
No, there were some really clutch, terrifying moments, really stopping Siska to be able to continue pushing on and mounting on the pressure. And I would say that Juan Francis, I think he got a good amount of MVPs throughout this entire tournament. He's really showing exactly what he's capable of with this hero. As we jump in towards the scoreboard, we have it's 11-18. Unfortunately, Keyboard, even though he was able to land some really great Way of the Dragon, but the rest of the team has some trouble bursting down the tankier members of Vincere accordingly. Fatal Lepsy, especially the way he's able to kite and just zip through and able to sustain. I would definitely see that there's so many resources just trying to take one member down.
Yeah, trying to take that one member down is so difficult for them. Pouring so much resources as well, just unable to snowball that effect. So ladies and gentlemen, our very first game 3 all the way right here. As Moshel said, now everything is even Stevens. It's now a game of best of 1. However, the favor will be in return for the first pick towards team, sorry, if I'm not mistaken, team Venus Vincier to get the first pick in place. Nonetheless, however, claim your free MLBB diamonds right now and you stand a chance to walk away with some nice amounts, and perhaps you can buy a new skin or a new Starlight Pass if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, yeah, by all means, it's like these free MLBB diamonds drop is just for you if you want to be able to claim. Like we see Hellcat just popping off, and currently is his Starlight featured skin. Yeah, exactly. And I believe earlier on we saw that Star TC was just playing using that same skin. So if you want to be like Star Easy with those flashy plays, just hunting your opponents across the map accordingly, what better way to show off?
Yeah, what a better way to show off right there. So make sure to claim your diamonds, and of course you can share the love to your family and friends as well to get those diamonds for themselves. Nonetheless, however, game 3, deciding game right here. Both teams are locked in and are ready to put it all out. Don't need to hide any cards right now. Play every single moment and live it up to your expectations.
Well, as we say, this is going to be a best of 1. I'm not sure if they're looking to be more experimental, but no, it seems like there is so much focus on towards Cayman's hero pool. The fact that, we don't want to play Fredrin anymore, and we definitely don't want you to have it, so we're just going to take it out altogether, eliminating it from the pool. But that also just opens up the draft towards that chip was taken away. We have, wow, I can't believe this is the opening they're going for. They're recognizing that Fatal Lepsy is so incredibly skilled with his Arlet gameplay.
Yeah, Arlet first pick is definitely a choice that they really want to run with the hero comp. Perhaps they have other heroes as well that they want to pair up with him, which we will later see in the later stages of the pick. But then you have Ling, you have Roger, you have Valentina, you have Matilda. You have so many heroes out there and they can try to use it right here. But then Roger and Valentina, as predicted, I think this will be the 2 best choices for the timing to set the tone within this draft.
I like how DX Origins is opting to pick up the Valentina for themselves. Stealing the final slash would really enable them further in these team fights, because it's showing that Joanne Francis is way too potent on this hero.
Yeah, too potent on this hero, just taking away out from his hands is also a good choice. And yes, here comes the Ling. Envy Lepsy's Ling, ladies and gentlemen. Looking forward to see dealing damage or just joining in the fight. Hey guys, I'm here, and then poop, kill it with the Blade of Transfers. Bye bye, I'm gonna go out away. So this is gonna be 2 slippery heroes in the hands of Team Venus Vincier. You have to already think of the Harif already. He's gonna do Zaman Force and then juking in, juking out. Now you have to deal with another slippery hero in Ling. How will Team DX Origins counter this?
I think with more movement speed, right? It seems like Siska just sticking to his guns because I think the Benedetta, even though in the second game he definitely had a much difficult time being able to catch up against Venus Vincier accordingly, but I think it showed that he is just sticking to what he's comfortable with. He has proven to be a really valuable hero for the rest of DX Origins in terms of their game plan. But in the end, we have to see what they want to be able to do accordingly. They banned out the Jawhead, but I do feel like that might have been something that would have been useful for their side to try and deter the Ling as much as possible. The idea is that you want to be able to mess with his jungle and buffs accordingly.
Yeah, but in the meantime though, I think they also don't want the Jawhead to be in the hands of Star TZ, so perhaps they have another hero in hand, but let's just ban out this hero away for respect ban itself towards Star TZ, the player. And yeah, Hellcat already been banned out already. Yeah, I like this Barcia pick. I was already thinking already a few hero combinations. You want to go Grok or Barcia. You want something that you earlier mentioned. You want more roam. You want more mobility. You want to increase the speed of rotating to one lane and another. And I think Barcia is a great choice over there if they are able to play him well.
They definitely need to consider early jungle invasions, as I mentioned, because they really need to stop the lane accordingly. You have to make it really difficult for him to farm and basically match his jungle rotations, because as you say, this is a really slippery hero.
Ooh.
But it seems that Venus Vincier, they have very different plans. They are all out wanting to enable this thing in terms of the team fight possibility, and they're just going to allow him to just clean up shop afterwards.
They get Matilda, right? Man, that is so quick in terms of their hero comp. It's just that, you know what, they said, I think we should play a little bit more safer. Let's get a tank instead, a bit more tanky to play in hand. And, you know, Matilda is still up for grabs. Team DX Origins, they are looking forward for it. They're most likely going to lock out this Matilda to support her teammates. And yes, she will be played in this final game, the deciding game indeed.
Definitely, they're going to need this Matilda pickup. I understand that it seems like Venus Vincier, they're looking to like full-on team fight with the Final Slash as well as the Minuan Fury. And top of it all, I would say the Valentina may cause some havoc accordingly, because they're able to steal the Nether Realm or Final Slash depending on what is needed in various situations in the team fight. But now, as we know, we're expecting this to be a very close game between both teams. It's all up to execution and as well as how they're able to communicate their game plan across, because I would say one single mistake is enough to stop the dreams of whichever team as they approach the grand finals. We are jumping in towards the game accordingly. This is going to be Venus Vincier against DX Origins. It's do or die.
Yep, it's do or die, and as you mentioned earlier, this is going to be a high fast-paced game. Both teams have a lot of mobility. Expect to see a lot of team fights, a lot of skirmishes, and from different lane rotations in place. Speaking of lane rotations already, here comes perhaps the first skirmish as Icane managed to fall back into safety with her Valentina, while the Matilda continues on to provide shields left and right.
Yeah, I mean, again, Matilda is such a great support, being able to go in and out with the guiding wind. So Icane is able to play quite aggressively, but Yurikans came in.
Yeah, came in here. He's doing his very best to knock them all out, to zone them out as well. But then Kimin will get the first blood with the help of his team members. And unfortunately for Juan Francis, the Farmis will have to be the first casualty of the game.
Yeah, Siska just joining the fray, but Star TC forced the flicker. They're committed. They want to be able to get the kill. This is the dive potential we're talking about with the Matilda. I can just be able to freely roam across the map and get out of situations scot-free.
Yeah, it's like game one, you know, they have the dive potential, the confidence to actually turret dive and, you know, secure the kills left and right. So again, very fast-paced attacks, very fast-paced offense here. Keyboy Galap needs to be very careful, but it's okay. The Ling not going to do much damage just yet. Does have the Blade of Tempest in his arsenal already. Just need to wait for the right time to pop it out.
Yep. All is in contestation for the first objective, which be the turtle. But we can see that DX Origins in the web of the pull back onwards. Here comes Envy Lepsy in the fray, takes him out accordingly. But Fatal Lepsy also taking a fair bit of damage. Temperature Blades being popped in, just able to zone the members. Came in, almost got pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. But Venus Vincier are happy with that outcome, and they will opt to disengage and proceed to take on the first objective.
Yeah, the turtle is going to be a part of the X Origins here, capturing it, trying to zone out. I like how they are zoning out their opponents, trying not to play over aggressively, because if you go way too deep, the rest of the members of Venus Vincier can re-rotate and take them off. So even though they lost one member, but then the turtle objective is still prime. Still a prime condition to win it all.
Yeah, there's just much push and pull coming out from the Fermis pulling you in, as well as the Matilda being able to pull you back out of dire situations. Circling Eagle committed onto its Jan Francis. I believe they will commit accordingly. Ooh, just a tick of damage, being able to secure that, and came in off-camera kill on towards Fatal Lepsy.
Wow, I mean, DX Origins, they're using the whatever potential, the mobility potential they have here to match out, or not even being faster than Venus Vincier in terms of the rotation. Yes, they have Ling, they have Harif, but again, they are looking like the faster team, or, you know, the team that is going or leading the race at this point.
Well, at this point, as I say, their early game rotations are expected to be extremely fast-paced, and Venus Vincier, they need time to come online, especially with the lane pickup. Minuan Fury committed onwards too, but Keyboy Galap will ensure that the rest of his team is not in any form of danger, understanding that ultimate has been used, but it seems like DX Origins, they're not interested in continuing on the fight. But Siska getting hunted down by Envy.
Yeah, has to be very careful as well. The remaining members are chasing out this Ling, but again, Ling very, very slippery. Don't think he can do much here. He will see his orange buff being stolen, perhaps here on hand. Venus Vincier, would they want to re-rotate as soon as possible? No, can do. They can't. They do not have enough time. So, DX Origins continue on to shut down whatever resources that's have here. But then, they might be playing a little bit too aggressive here. Kimin, though, he will try to save Keyboy Galap, but Keyboy Galap will lose his life. Start Easy and the rest of the members will continue on fighting for the side of Venus Vincier. Mega kill onto this Ling, and Kimin as well fall down. A double kill for Envy Lapsy. This is not looking good for DX Origins.
Yeah, taking the fight to them without Siska in the frame, just unfortunately way too late to support the rest of his team. And this is the team fight potential in the 5v5 situation that DX Origin has to be careful. Circling Eagle just committed, just trying to be able to zone and get information onto Siska. Like to find the blow, triple petrify, but not enough damage, while Venus Vincier still able to secure the turtle.
Yeah, Venus Vincier, they are actually very well positioned. I noticed they have 3 heroes so just side by side to support one another.
Final slash on towards Siska, but he should be able to get out still, unless eye for an eye, just barely. Yeah, I just barely able to zip out of there. Otherwise, Fatal Lepsy will be able to secure the kill. Circling Eagle, Keyboy being forced to flicker out of there.
So many skirmishes going on in the different lanes, but going back to what we just talked to, Siska wanting to steal that turtle away. Thankfully, even after the turtle has been secured, but all 3 members of Venus Vincier are just one and together. So, any shenanigans from Siska to pick them off one by one has been denied.
Yep, and he also doesn't have the retribution. Zaman forcing out the Lycan Pounce from Gold Lane.
Have to be very careful. Gold Lane Marang, you will turn back to human form right there. Don't want to get caught off guard right now. But then Kimin continue on to steal this buff, the Basya. Just denying the orange buff from time after time. So Ling is going to have a little bit of a trouble right there, but it doesn't matter. He has 5 kills already without any deaths. He's probably going to get his items very, very quickly. Purple buff. I'm not sure whether it's still or not, but then wait a minute.
No, yep, he was able to successfully stole it away from the Ling accordingly. Great job from Cayman. This is now a buffless Ling.
Oh no, I mean, he does have the total buff, but nothing much in terms of damage. And speaking of damage, Keyboy Galap is facing a lot of pain. Pack-a-punch from the side of Venus Vincier.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has to fall in multiple situations when he's ganged up like that. You can see Siska in a 1v1 situation. He will be able to just get out by slightly biting to no avail. Once again, a monster kill for Ambulepsy, Tempest of Blades. Icane, there's nowhere to run as Venus Vincier got you unnumbered.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They will take the turtle here. Perhaps they even have map control. Kimin, meanwhile, continue on to harass, to provide information. But if your damage dealers are not around the map, this is going to be very, very tricky, very, very difficult to deal as well. Speaking of which, DX Origins, they will start this skirmish right here. They will retaliate, but then their retaliation seems to be unfazed here as the rest of the members of Venus Vincier. Very nice move coming in from the side of Juan Francis. The Netherrealms keep his whole team alive for the time being, though. Envy Lapsy takes down the turtle, but then loses 1 life in Venus Vincier's Fatal Lapsy. Maybe more to come. DX Origins, they're pushing in, they're going to go. But then for 1 kill, 1 turtle, I don't think it's is a fair trade.
Can we catch a breath for a moment? Because both teams are just full on out brawl. Cayman secures the purple buff once again against Envy. Just trying to slow down this Ling in the process, because Venus Vincier, their team fight potential with the combination of the Minuan Fury as well as the Nether Realm is negating the damage coming out from DX Origins. As we look into towards the itemization, yep, Sky Piercer has been completed as well from the side of Envy Lepsy. I mean, Let's have a quick look. Yep, Hunter Strike for the Benedetta. He's going to be needing a bit more damage to be able to burst down the members accordingly.
Roger has that Wind Talker and the Endless Battle, and you already mentioned that the Sky Piercer is in the hands of the Ling with the Berserker's Fury, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like if DX Origin didn't contest for the buff, this could be game over already. This is the Ling's game.
Yeah.
The Ling show, they call it.
No. This is very simple why they want to pick up the Baxia, because that's the benefit. That's how you need to play. If you play Baxia and you don't proceed with any jungle invasions, you're absolutely like disregarding and playing it wrong.
Problem is they could not follow up with a good team fight. The rest of the members, though, Star TZ, top side though as well. Benedetta going in for the split push. However, Ike takes down Star TZ. They don't have a tank right now in the Venus Vincere. But then, is that enough though? DX Origins, they're gonna fall back. Holy moly, with the R-Lord final slash as Ikan Francis takes down Roger. Keyboard Gola running for his dear life, but will not be able to do so. Benedetta and Ling fighting one-on-one right there. Kimin takes down that Harif. But then, does he have enough more damage to take down Juan and Fatal? We have to see that. 1 versus 2. Seems very strong. Siska coming in to join the fray. He wants to make it an even match. 2 versus 2. Siska gets the kill onto Juan Francis. Now here comes Ling. Slide by slide. Tempest of Blade. Double kill though. Unfortunately for Siska, he will lose his life. 1-on-1 and Envy Lepsy wins the fight overall. And that Ling, ladies and gentlemen, has gone online.
This is just a bloodbath. I'm not sure even what we're witnessing here, KBC, because both teams are just fighting non-stop. All right, but focusing back on towards the objective, they are in prime position for taking out the Lord accordingly, because Cayman is not in the picture. Netter upon Zaman Force as well. It's going to be a full-on now. Envy Lepsy actually forcing that, but actually were able to secure the Lord even with having such low HP. Gold Lane is in the back line. He's looking to dish out the damage, but Envy is unstoppable. Double kill, and look at the health bar of the Ling accordingly, but Siska trying and hoping to at least clean up whatever mess that was left.
Yeah, that is still a loss for DX Origins. They could not secure the lot. They could not steal the lot, to be more frankly. And Venus Vincere, yes, they do suffer a couple of casualties, but again, key objective is they got the lot, they got some kills, but most importantly, they got map control. And you know, oh, wait a minute, 1-on-1, Siska slicing and dicing from the side of R-Lord, but managed to survive here. And we talk about the previous skirmish. The previous skirmish opened things up for the lot taking. So Venus Vincere, they had Ling left alive there and managed to take this slot into their favor. And because of that, right now, Team DX Origins, they had to defend this. Thankfully so, they did not suffer much casualties. I don't think they lost their second turret here. Their second turret is actually left untouched.
Here's my issue with DX Origin is that they're going in one by one, and that's how Envy is able to just slowly pick off single targets accordingly. DX Origins, they need to re-coordinate and take the fight to them, because otherwise Venus Vincere, they're able to just win out in not only the team fights, but Envy in terms of the damage. Just look at that, Siska already taken a beating.
Yeah, Siska with Envy just trading blows left and right. I think both heroes, they know their objectives is, hey, if our team is fighting the team fight, we'll try to our very best to split push first. Once we're able to split push enough, then let's join and rejoin them in order to continue the team fight or pick off whatever heroes are left injured already. But it seems like so Ling has the upper advantage overall.
I think there's a lot of pressure on towards Icane to steal either the final slash or NetherRealm, and Fury. There's just, perhaps that's the plan. They're overwhelming Icane with the potential options, right? What is the better ultimate to steal and that would benefit DX Origins the most when they take on these fights? And we're probably looking to see a very extensive game, because both sides, they have damage, they have team fight potential, they will be trading accordingly. I think the only edge that they may have is depending on whether Siska is able to catch out Envy.
Yes, that will be perhaps the key condition to at least stop Siska first and then slowly killing off the rest of their members. Nonetheless, however, the DX Origins, they still have the mobility. They can roam around, they can stick together very quickly, you know, they can disengage and re-engage anytime they want to. It's all coming down to that power spike. Can they match the power spike with Venus Vincier? Most importantly, they have Juan Francis also to kind of care of. They have the Statizi, you know, the Netherrealms from the Faramis, the Meonian Fury, to always remember that. And then Ikan Francis also comes in to deal secondary damage.
Well, we're saying all that. It seems like Venus Vincier have different ideas. They're looking to secure the Lord, while Siska is as well is pressuring on top side. This is what they need to do. They have to at least still maintain their macro prowess and at least try to take inhibitors and forcing DX Origins accordingly.
Yeah, so they have equal amounts of turrets left on the map, but most importantly, they have the Luminous Lord at the bottom side, so they can try to do a split push here. Remember, Ling, he is very formidable in terms of the split push, so perhaps again they're going to follow the Lord, rest of them follow the Lord, while Ling will do his best to split push that. Or not, maybe all their 5 members will take one lane instead and let the Dot do his job, as the rest of the members of DX Origins are trying to defend this Lord away from marching into their base. Remember, the Lord can actually pounce one time to deal multiple damage onto the turret, and they are managed to stop. But then, can they continue to do so? They will lose the second turret in the process. I think that is fair trade. I think that is a much better trade comparing to the inhibitor turrets in place.
Yep, but as we say, Venus Vincier is looking to breach the defenses of DX Origin. DX Origin, they need to find opening. Envy on this lane is it's 10-0-1. And yep, as you see that already completed the next item accordingly. They don't have really any hard lockdown, and at this point of stage of the game, I don't think Cayman or even Siska is able to win out in the 1v1 trade against Envy.
So, Envy, let's see, if we really can see his itemization there. Is that a Divine Blade, correct me? Or
yep, Divine Blade completed for Ikan Francis. Yep.
Great.
If basically, there's not, like, for the side DX Origins, they have a couple of problems. Not only they have to worry about Envy, they also have to worry about Ikan Francis on this Harif, that as we approach the later stages game, even more insurance, and DX Origin time is running out.
So in terms of late game, you're giving the benefit towards Venus Vincier?
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, and let me see in terms of the turrets, the map control. Yeah, I feel like the map control still is in the favor of Venus Vincier. So again, 50 seconds to the next lot. This lot is going to be crucial in order to push towards victory. Wow, who would have thought the third game has come down to this moment here?
Yep.
15, 16 minutes already. We are slowly entering into the later stages of the game. No marksman, except for, of course, goal lane Marang, but I don't think you'll play marksman that often. But anyhow, DX Origins are in prime position to try to gank this. They'll slowly but surely get into the line of battle, hopefully to capture at least one pickoff before they can snowball it up. In the meantime, though, Venus Vincier, they will hold on to whatever control of the map and supposedly try to avoid any casualties from happening.
Because we're past the 15-minute mark, basically the late game, and Cayman has already fallen off in comparison to Envy Lepsy in terms of their power spike. And at this point, he's just an additional meat shield for DX Origin.
Okay, seems like both teams spotted out that Lord over there. The Lord has been activated. We'll go back and forth, you know, trying not to disturb his lair. Both teams are also poking one another, baiting, kiting out each other to see who is able to start the fight first. But in all honesty, I fear for DX Origins. Can DX Origins keep this alive, keep their dream alive here to get back into the grand finals in order for that revenge match against 404 Bakri? We have to see about this. Lord will eventually get restarted one more time. Both teams just testing waters. Minion waves as well are equal, I would say, but I feel like Venus Vincier has the upper advantage in terms of the minion waves.
Both teams are very wary of each other, and how they're going to approach this like Lord Pit fight accordingly, it's really going to come down to the wire. Whoever pulls the trigger first and able to land the counter engagement. All I can say is, all it takes is one mistake, one team fight to go wrong And instantly, it can flip the stage altogether. Ooh, Minuan Fury
Using
not
the
being
crown.
able to land accordingly. That is an important ultimate already expended. But look at Siska. He is looking, he's actually
And Matilda as well.
zoning.
Oh, zoning out that Ling. That Ling could not help the support here. But then, is that an overcommitment from the side of DX Origins? We have to wait and see. 4 members apiece here. Siska, meanwhile, slicing and dicing.
Trying.
She's trying. He's trying his very best over here. Fatal Lapsy. Meanwhile, Ling as well will the Alon will do his best. But then Kimin steals away the Lord because zoning out that Ling, they don't have enough damage for that. They have strength in numbers right now. And here comes the follower of DX Origins. They will start off by killing that Minotaur alongside with that Harif. 3 members left for Venus Vincere. It looks like the tables have turned. Juan Francis, the Pharaohist, couldn't even save his life. Triple kill, skippity pop pop. And here comes the Lord. Will push from the top side. And ladies and gentlemen, Venus Vincere, whatever lead they had right now, it's all gone to waste.
Just really smart decision. What Siska as well as Keyboy decided that, okay, we're going to threaten the Ling as much as possible and basically deter him from any efforts of taking the purple buff. And by doing so, that is the opening that DX Origin needed to secure the Lord. And now they're forcing in the issue.
They are forcing in the issue. They are putting down that nail into the coffin. Not just done yet, because the Lord, the Almighty Lord, will knock down to the doorsteps and inhibited the turret, dealing so much damage there, Monshell. And maybe more to come. Ikan Francis doing his very best to kite this lot away, hoping not to hit the crystal base and hitting the heroes here. So now the DX Origins will use this opportunity to continue on the split push right now. And here comes all 5 members strong, taking down the last inhibitor turret. The Lord will fall down right now, but then is this go for the DX Origins? Yes, it will. But then multiple fights, multiple skills going up and down. NetherRealms coming in at the right time as well. Mjolnir Fury in place, but then Kimin gets the first blood with Golin Marok as well. Starts easy. Venus Vincere looking like lost rolls right now. They don't have enough members. Triple kill again for this player. Shut down the team wipe, ladies and gentlemen. DX Origins, they're going into the finals.
GG, well played. 2 DX Origins closing out that series in such a manner. All it took was one room of opportunity for them to finally crack the code against and finally shutting down Envy's Ling.
Wow, I mean, that room of opportunity, they took the risk. They had Matilda, they had Benedetta. They said, hey, you know what? Let's shut down the purple buff as you already saw earlier on. And then let's zone out this Ling. Let our Basia, let our rest of our teammates to control the Lord, even though we lack of 1 player over there. 2 players or 2 heroes. But they still managed to do so. They managed to follow up with the Roger kill. And eventually the Benetta strikes into the heart of Team Venus Vincere. Venus Vincere, unfortunately, we had to bid you farewell. Great game. Great, exciting, exhilarating game nonetheless. And for DX Origins, we'll see you in the grand finals with the matchup or the rematch against 404 Bakri.
Well, you really took all the words out of my mouth in this situation.
I'm so sorry.
But basically, we have to talk about that game. That was action-packed. That was absolutely non-stop. But the minute DX Origin, they figured out that yes, we're able to split up the fight and then focus their attention on towards Envy. DX Origin instantly, that was the opening that they were looking for, able to secure the objective and the push. And I have to talk about the final moment earlier. I came with the stolen Minuan Fury on towards multiple members. That knockup was the final nail of the coffin, but we have to talk about the entirety of the game. DX Origins was in the driver's seat accordingly, which we expect with the early game lead with the Baxiak in the combination with the Matilda. Siska really had a rough time, I would say, because it was really up to him to be able to match up with the Ling in terms of mobility, with the 1v1, and he was just constantly getting shut down. But once they're able to just figure out, okay, the Ling is isolated, he wants to take his purple, this is go time for them to at least threaten him in his own jungle. And once that is over, DX Origins was able to secure the turtle, the Lord, just like that.
Yeah, just like that. And then you can see that the Roger was still surviving, dealing so much damage as well, coming in at the right time. Siska as well able to join the fight after they managed to zone out the Ling. And overall, I feel this is just great gameplay, great planning as well, because you are risking one member less to take down the Lord. You are risking, in terms of team fight, you don't have much power level to spike against Venus Vincere. But again, they are confident in their teammates. As you can see right there, multiple fights, even using the Nether Realms as well. But it's okay, because why? They have that Roger. Gold lane Marang was on fire. And then after that, continuing on with a double kill of his own. A triple kill to follow it up. And eventually, that Benedetta shuts down that lane which they needed the most. Eventually, Venus Vincere has to fall down to the greatness of Team DX Origins.
Well, we have to really give it to Keyboy Gulab on this Matilda. I would say he really was a showstopper. 3 Fort, 13 KDA, 78% team fight participation. We can see that even in Game 1 as well as Game 3, give this man Matilda and he's going to enable the rest of the team to be able to safely go in and out with the guiding wind. Just absolutely like disrupting the battlefield accordingly from the side of Venus Vincere. Those final moments there, the minute they were able to figure out, okay, we can't take them hit to hit in the 5v5. What else can we do? They divide and conquer, and exactly once they were able to just switch things up with the communication, we can see that those actions bear fruit. We have a 15-19 scoreboard. It was really a close game.
Really a close game, but I like what you said, divide and conquer, and yes, this is what they did. I think overall, Venus Vincere, they had the game earlier on in the middle stages of the part, and you already mentioned, as time snowballs, Venus Vincere has the upper advantage. They have the power spike, but because of that one play, the window of opportunity, Team DX Origins took no chances and grabbed it and eventually paid off dividends of fruition. Ladies and gentlemen, DX Origins are your second grand finalists. They are in a running to walk away with that 7,500 USD. But before that, their opponents is none other than 404 Bakri, waiting at the top for them, looking down on towards them and making sure that are they worthy this time around to face up against them.
Yep, as they keep saying that we want to challenge accordingly, and this has been a walk of the park. But you know what's in the walk of the park, Casey? We have another free MLVV Diamond codes dropping on towards your lap. Grab this free code. This is very limited, and if you unfortunately did miss on that, I've heard we have more codes to give away after that, so don't go anywhere. And especially, we have the grand finals lined up after this.
Wow, what a great game. And, thank you so much again for all the support that we've been providing. I hope you all are entertained with that game itself, including the commentary and, of course, our entire organizing crew. Again, shout out again to the Galaxy S24 Ultra. The entirety of the tournament is powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory can be yours, just like DX Origins right there. Ladies and gentlemen, enough of us talking. We're going to take a short break, right? But before that, we want to pick a little bit, a brain or two of the winning team. The players interview hosted by our lovely host, Elle. Elle, you may take it away.
Thank you, KVC and Monchel, for closing up that game. But here on the stage, on ground, we have a very familiar face. This is Sunfrost, the coach of DX Origins, and he has been around from the very beginning, even through the rehearsals, just making sure that his team is ready to play, and now making it to the grand finals. How do you feel as a coach?
Oh, kita orang rasa sangat-sangat happy lah. Lagi-lagi sebagai tuan rumah, kita orang memikul tanggungjawab untuk meletakkan nama Malaysia sebagai tuan rumah di grand final, dan kita orang berjaya. Alhamdulillah.
Truly a full answer there, telling everything from their goal, from how they feel, and what else they want in hopes in this tournament. But as we continue on, we are facing a familiar foe. We are going to be facing 404 Bakri. How has it been getting your members ready for this battle?
Tadi kita orang dah warm up untuk grand final. Jadi kita orang memang rasa kita orang ada momentum yang kuat, dan kita tahu juga Grigi, 404 Bakery memang satu tim yang sangat berpotensi. Jadi kita akan cuba buat yang terbaik.
Absolutely. Well, all the tactics aside, don't want to spill too much secrets here. Let's go into something a bit more fun. Because there's 7,500 USD on the line here. How would you use that money to celebrate with your team?
Oh, kita orang memang akan pergi memancing lah. Kita rasa kita nak pergi memancing. Kita nak beli pancing dan memancing.
Oh, okay, so they said they want to go fishing. Oh, where would you like to go fishing?
Mungkin kita nak pancing prize pool besar lagi yang ada nanti ya.
Wow, okay, I see. Truly a businessman here. But thank you so much, Sanfrost, the coach of DX Origins, who will still be playing in the next series in the grand finals, going to face up a rematch against 404 Bakri. So how will it turn out? Just stay tuned because we're going on a short break before we come back for the grand finals.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes! Because of the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open up so many possibilities. The next big thing is you.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
This is such a great trip. I would love to take us all to dinner tonight. Make the reservation.
Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, okay.
You go, Chris.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everyone's searching for the next big thing in technology. But the next big thing isn't this.
Integration, encryption, quantum.
And it's definitely not this.
That's why I'm a trailblazer, a groundbreaker, a pioneer, and most of all, a disruptor.
No. Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me? Really?
Yes, look at you. You're an artist. You're open to experiment. You make your actors go shh. And then you have other ideas and make them, yeah, do that. It's never easy. But you open your heart.
Hi, I'm live. I have a play this weekend.
Hi, do you like theatre? No, I didn't see. Sorry.
You open conversations. You do this, you do that. You go...
To be or not to be?
You know that big thing I was talking about? Well, with Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities. You'll open your imagination, open more ways to be, you know, creative, and open more ways to collaborate. Wow, you made that. We're putting all that power of Galaxy AI in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Dinner tonight. Make the reservation and get back to me about it. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, you go, Chris.
Cause now you'll never get me back.
You know when to click through. Try to send this about to be a slow beat run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when to click through. Try to send this about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when to click through. Try to send this about to be a slow beat run. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. To me, I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me.
A clash of grand proportions, truly worthy of being called the grand finals. We have the last two teams standing here in the tournament. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. We are down to the grand final. My name is Lemonade, your host for today, as we have an event of grand proportions. All of this as a platform for aspiring champions powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, truly providing you a path towards a victory. And victory it is, as we made it into the top 2, vying for that total prize pool of $15,000. The champion walks away with $7,500, a huge chunk of that prize pool. It is down to the wire here as a rematch is ongoing. Would it be 404 Bakri, who has bested out DX Origins earlier yesterday, or would it be DX Origins taking sweet, sweet revenge? Well, we'll find out very soon because Grand Finals is underway. Let's take a look at our first team, undefeated 404 Bakri.
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me and too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this.
And this Indonesian team here, they have one opponent that is stopping them from reaching the grand finals, the grand champions here. It is none other than our local heroes, Malaysian DX Origins!
Let me set the record straight for a minute. Hate, I get it, say it with them. I don't give a I'm cool with it. Play and peep the fans with them. Yeah, they gon' remember my. Yeah. You and I, they already, he an outlaw, getting off when he calls envy. Hit the peanut gallery, they all jelly. Yeah, they gon' remember my. Yeah, we let them say what they gon' say about us.
As both teams gear up for the final battle throughout their tournament. Stage 1 complete. Stage 2 is almost complete here. Let's have a fist bump between both of the teams, members by members, to showcase their sportsmanship. Have a fist bump, guys. Introduce to each other and head off to your respective rooms. One by one goes the members of 404 Bakri and DX Origins, but only one team will be crowned the winner. This is a rematch with spectacular proportions here, and we will find out whether lightning strikes the same tree twice. Who knows, as both the teams are now going into their room. We're looking at a best of 5 here where 3 wins takes it all. All it needs is going to be this match all around. So with that, teams are ready. Audience, are you ready? Players as well, they are ready. Let's head over to the casters who are over at the desk, ready to bring us the entertainment for this series. Monshel, KBC, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come in. Days of intense battling it out just for the coveted title. My name is Mansha, alongside me, my partner in crime, KBC. Sensei, we absolutely cannot wait for this grand finals. And break it down for me, KBC. Sensei, what do we have in store for the audience?
First of all, it's been a long time since I heard the Sensei word there, but thank you so much for the honor. Appreciate it, Monshel. It's been a great ride all the way, and now this is going to be the final match series, the grand finals, the championship Sunday, whatever you call it. One team will be crowned as your champions for the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Let's take a look onto the brackets right now. After a grueling victory from DX Origins, taking out Venus Vincere 2-1, they are now back into the grand finals as the second finalist. However, a familiar foe standing in their way for the championship.
Exactly. For Barkery, that they're insisting that can DX Origins actually give them a challenge, because as of yesterday, it was a rather one-sided game, but
True.
I do love the adjustments coming out from the Malaysian team. With just a flip of the switch instantly, the tides of battle have changed. And with a best of 5 series, this is where I would say a matter of stamina as well as strategy will have come into play on whether which team will come out victorious. And you can come out victorious by securing another free MLBB Diamond code just for you. And basically, if you're watching at home or if you're here live in Quill City Mall, just claim all these codes where you can show off your stuff, get a Starlight.
True, get a Starlight, get your favorite skin that you've been yearning for years perhaps. And finally, thank you so much again to Samsung for the entirety of this tournament. Now, going back to this matchup, I still feel DX Origins has something to prove to us, especially with the last game, with the adjustments that they made. They have a mindset already. How are they going to counter their opponents, or what type of style or tempo that they want to play in here? But for 404 Mercury, they haven't even started a single match. Nonetheless, however, they do learn about their opponents from time to time, and they will take this as a key pointer in order to gain victory once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be draft game 1. The phase starts now. Matilda, Loi out of the map, Chip as well. Possibly we can see a link being cancelled here, and perhaps, just perhaps, Roger first pick.
Well, it's either going to be Roger or Harif first pick. Basically, this is just the trend we're seeing throughout the entire tournament. Both marksman picks are highly contested. But I would say definitely there is so much respect towards Keyboy Gelab's Matilda that the fact that they have to ban it all altogether, because I would believe this Matilda was the main game changer for the side of Keyboy to fully enable his team to secure victory. And the first pick will come true. Harif will fall into the hands of 404 Barkery.
Yes, Ling, I think in respect against Trisakti's choice of hero, but then remember they had to let that Harif go. Rensa, really good one. But yeah, I mean, there's Angela. We never thought about that. So Angela in the hands of DX Origins, this could change the tides to their favor.
Exactly, Angela, all this while constantly being banned. I would say almost 100% ban rate, actually slipped through the cracks when they open up the draft, banning out Matilda as well as the Link. And we can see that, yep, it's just standard Harry versus Roger situation here. I'm not sure how long this meta will stick accordingly, unless the coaches at home are figuring out some kind of new spice to add into the table.
Yes, I do agree on that, but because of the patch, just dropped us very, very early before the tournament even started. So I think the players are going to use whatever it works earlier onwards, whatever they're comfortable with. Julian, and of course, this Terisla, no strangers to us so far. Phenomenal plays, phenomenal initiators, phenomenal damage dealers as well. So great choice coming in forward. And of course, the DX Origins, they're going to hold on to that mobility advantage. The Basia harassing down whoever is trying to take their buffs from the side of Team 404 Bakri.
Basically, if we're looking towards the game plan coming up from DX Origins, is that if they're able to isolate the jungler on the opposite side and get that singular pick-off, this is when the Baxia will shine and be able to get those jungle invasions in and secure those important objectives that could absolutely change the way the game is played.
The way the game is played is definitely crucial. Every team would want to get that game into their tempo, want to dictate the pace as well, and most importantly, landing onto their favors. Jawhead and CC will be banned out. Okay, maybe as a respect ban for Siska. Away from that, maybe you can have another insight as well before that. But Monchel, what would be the next pick that Team DX Origin would favor for?
Honestly, don't fix why it's not broken. I think if they go for the Benedetta once again, I think that's completely viable. But the Yutong combination with the Heart Guard will be extremely potent, with the Black Dragon form just flying in and getting a multiple stuns on towards the members. I would say the team fight potential coming out from DX Origins is going to be incredible.
Yeah, their fights are going to be longer lasting. You know, they have much more sustainably, much more HP in hand with the Angela. The Angela opens up so much possibilities, but let's not forget about 404 Bakri. Looking at Kadita, the burst damage hero, and Grok to deal even more roaming potential and damage as well. You can see the rest of the members of 404 Bakri, they are locked and ready there, Monshel.
Well, as you mentioned, you highlighted there's so much great synergy coming into play for basically with the Angela. It can be combination with the Baxia or the Roger or even the Yuzong. But I would say that they're still hovering off their options here. They're still missing a mage pick, and the Faramis. My goodness, this is just double healing, just additional, just additional security deposit on top of, we have the Heart Guard, but on top of NetherRealm, we will be unstoppable.
Wow, really unstoppable. I can already see the potential coming in for the Malaysian team, but again, they have yet to prove anything just yet. If they can get this one win, potentially, this would even give them a bit more of a confidence that say that, hey, we're head toe-to-toe against 404 Bakri. But before that, 404 Bakri, they're still waiting. They're waiting for a challenge. They're waiting for a real fight. And hopefully with this matchup, they are able to get one as they demand for.
Well, let's see if DX Origins will actually bring it to them accordingly. With the drafts already locked in, the heroes as well. We'll be jumping in towards the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting our grand finals, a best of 5. This is going to be 404 Bakri on the blue side, DX Origins on the red.
Yes, 404 Bakri. In the meantime, though, let's give a shout out to all their players again. Rensa, Trisakti, Alberto, Hijume, and Dit Aja. Well, for DX Origins, Kimi, Keyboy Gulak, Iken, Go Lane, Marang, and Siska. A couple of SOPs, as always, going for the buffs, going to harass out the opponents, but most importantly, clear the mid lane first, because you want to get that little Wanderer a little bit more of a gold XP and giving vision across the river area.
Yep, actually landing it on towards Iken. He will just be able to walk up. No burst as of now. So basically, he's just being able to deter the Faramis accordingly. Just some slight skirmish. No blows being taken or casualties as of now.
So if we follow the script from yesterday, DX Origins will stay in front. They will have the upper advantage first. 404 Bakri seems a little bit shaky, but after that onwards, their heroes in 404 Bakri will go online. But then, however, I could be wrong this time around. The script is not different for today as Rensa gets first blood onto that Raja.
Yep, just the wall, just the Guardian's Barrier, just blocking any form of exit. First blood is secured by 404 Bakri. A great start indeed.
And Kimin trying to create a little bit of harassment right there, but realizes there's nobody to back him off. He does not want to be the next casualty in place. Not a very easy pickup for himself, so he's just going to walk out away right there. Meanwhile, Alberto and Siska, one-on-one, or in this case, one by one. The Yu Zhong and that Tarisla, they're going to try to fight one another and perhaps give them a little bit of an unfair advantage with that 2-for-2 count.
Yeah, both teams will look to rotate towards the turtle pit as of now, but it seems like it has a 2v2 situation. I don't think either side will have the upper hand unless Hijume is able to land a wave in and gets the burst on accordingly. But for now, it's just skirmishes off the back.
Yep, scrimmages, poking, making sure that their opponents will not be able to get a formidable grip onto the lanes itself. And speaking of which, the turtle, the first ever turtle comes out here. So this could be the prime objective. The first objective for both teams to kind of secure this turtle will give them the extra gold and that turtle buff, whoever is able to capture it. And speaking of which, 404 Bakri, they will start the fight here. Yu Zhong comes into play. We're trying to find some ways here, but then DX Origins, loses the part there here, gets the kill of 404 Bakri onto that turtle. Siska, meanwhile, takes down Hijume already, as you mentioned right there. Monshel, Kimin also falls down. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off, 2-for-1 already in the favor of DX Origins. Like I said, DX Origins has that start first, and they will try to take down Alberto. They were able to do so. A triple kill, skippity bop bop onto the Yu Zhong.
Triple kill already secured from the side of Siska, fully enabled by the Heart Guard from Keyboy Gulak. This is a whopping start for the Yu Zhong, as you mentioned. And Hijume got a slight consolation. He was able to secure the turtle, but unfortunately, DX Origins, when they were able to come in accordingly, they had the upper hand in terms of that team fight.
Yep, team fight. They lack one kill earlier on, but again, the turtle is beneficial for the rest of the team in terms of their development throughout the lane stages. Throughout the game stages in place. Nonetheless, however, Team DX Origins are still not faced that yet. Both teams just continue on whichever farms they're possible. But I'm looking forward to see how much that Grok can deal potential damage.
Well, I'm just expecting DX Origins, if they just keep this up, they're expecting to run 404 Barclay down accordingly. As we say, the Heart Guard has amazing synergy with various heroes from the side of DX Origins. But from 404 Barclay's side, are they able to land those counter engagement and stop Cayman accordingly? Because this Baxia will prove to be a problem for them in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, Kimin is able to secure the buff as well, the purple buff right there from the Lightning Freneur. But speaking of which, Siska still able to survive a little bit. As the rest of the members fall for Bakri, they are repositioning themselves to try to take this kill. To pick off Siska could be workable right here. Siska knows that something isn't right in his own jungle camp, so he will fall back immediately.
Yep, their side of the jungle, Hijome is just keeping tabs accordingly. The last thing he wants is that there any further ambush coming out from the Black Dragon form, and they're just overall just keeping tabs. Lands the Petrify, rough waves will come true, but the Heart Guard will ensure that he will able to come right in. Hijome, there's nowhere to war on. Accordingly, he will be able to use the Breath of the Ocean just to get out. But bottom side, Greggy will be able to secure the Turtle Ball. The top side, they will hunt him down as a part of consolation. But on the opposite side, the Mac, 404 Barclay secures the objective as well as lands the kill.
I think 404 Bakri won that skirmish because they managed to force the Angela to support that Yu Zhong on the top side while they get the turtle for themselves. And speaking of which, they also got a turret here, so objectives over kills, I think is far from, that's a far win advantage at this point of time.
They just completely split up the fight, right? Basically, the resource of the Heart Guard was on towards the Yuzong when they should be focusing the fight on towards the objective accordingly. And that is why 404 Barclay had the upper hand.
Upper hand here, Kimi meanwhile initially already suffered a couple of casualties. 2 actually to be more precise. As 404 Bakri will do their very best to contain pressure here. IK, even though with the Heart Guard, unable to survive by the melting pressure of Team 404 Bakri. And 404 Bakri decides to continue on with this fight right here, even though they are down with a slither of health on Alberto. Alberto running away, kiting left and right. The Yuzhong comes in, but Yuzhong has to be very careful as well. Down to the slither of health on the Black Dragon form. And Unfold is able to get the kill onto Alberto and holding on to his dear life. IK meanwhile trading it off here, including did Aja running away to trouble. Rensa able to get the kill, so it's going to be a 2-for-1 in the favor of DX Origins.
You think that Siska was dropping really low, but you forgot the Nether Realm is still available up against, but came in being first out of position, getting bursted down altogether. There's no way to run. Rensa forced the Zaman first and were able to take out the tanky Baxia.
Oh, that Baxia not having the time of his life. Yes, he can initiate, and yes, he does have mobility, but just unfortunate. Every time he decided to roam, there are already more than 2 members apiece right at 404 Bakri, and they straight away catch him off guard. And now, 404 Bakri, they have this map control. They will take this third turtle. If I'm not mistaken, and this potentially just increases their goal lead, including the economy, into their hands.
Yeah, very comfortable 2k goal lead, as well as has a slight advantage in terms of their turrets as well. I would say, KBC, just walk me through what does DX Origin need to do, because they are fighting together, they have better team fight potential, but I can see that Hijome is proving to be a problem with them.
I think the Heart Guard ultimate need to use on the certain type of hero that could actually lead to much more beneficial type. But at the meantime though, Team DX Origins are not setting up tempo like we've seen before with Venus Vincier. Speaking of which, they do start off the fight here with the Black Dragon form. They're trying to force 404 Bakri to disengage, but there are no follow-ups. There are no zone outs as well. And now Trisakti comes in for more pain. NetherRealms just put it up here, but then for how long? Trisakti kills off Kimin. Hijome follows it up here with Rensa as well, shutting down Siska for that mega kill. And 404 Bakri, this is like yesterday there, Monshell. They are continuing on with the early game adjustments. They already started off to go online. Yes, earlier on they were very shaky, but after that they just took control of everything.
DX Origins back into the corner and they probably clump up way too close. Just to allow, Hijume was just completely allowed to wail on them with the Petrify Rough Waves. Beautiful setup coming up from 404 Barkery. This is the danger of dealing with the Kadena. It's like DX Origins lineup, they want to be able to play together because it's a team fight composition, but the Kadena is throwing a wrench to their plans.
Very great observation right there, Monshel. And I like how DX Origins, you know, they really want to start the fight. The problem is the follow-up. There's no zone out the session. They're disengaging, but they allow their opponents to re-engage. And by the time they reach engage, you don't have any more skills already in your hands. They are all under cooldown, or perhaps you are lacking of mana from there. For Bakri, taking this opportunity really right. They read their opponents really well as well. And again, like I said, this is, you know, same script, same style of play coming in for 404 Bakri. They might take game one if DX Origins couldn't do anything here. And the lot already is in the hands of 404 Bakri.
Well, two-man penalty zone on top of that. Alberto will also be able to disengage, but the Guardian's barrier on top of the back dragon form alongside the Heart Guard. But I think this may be a disaster coming up from DX Origins for Barkery. Have the advantage. They have used up all their resources, all the advantage. I don't think they can even get anything out of it. As triple kill, Craigie will be able to clean. What can the Angela do in the hands of against 404 Barkery as we have an unofficial wipe out?
Wipe out. That is the worst possible timing or situation that your team needs it. That is a demoralizing move. Not only that, they are losing map control once again.
For Barkery, they're just so patient. They're just waiting for DX Origins to burn important resources. And this is when, okay, this has been used. Black Dragon form, got Heart Guard as well. This is when we can go in and burst them down and cause as much disruption as well as chaos towards DX Origins. They're playing it, they're playing their team composition beautifully.
DX Origins, they set up the tempo earlier on. They were committed to it. But again, oh my goodness, the penalty zone! And here comes the pain. Here comes the punch. For Bakri, just storm the front, leaving only two members of DX Origins there. But there's nothing they can do. The minion waves are right here already. And my oh my, game one easily under 11 minutes goes to the hands of 404 Bakri from Indonesia.
What a stomp that was for game one. What to start the best of 5 series accordingly.
Wow, I mean, we really, like I wanted to say, DX Origins, they play hard. They really play very calculative, but the problem is the follow-ups are not there. And then slowly but surely, it just gives room of opportunity for Team 404 Bakri to go so. But because of that, ladies and gentlemen, here comes another free code very quickly for you all. Go ahead and claim it right now in order to get and redeem your favorite skins or the new Starlight Pass.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much for supporting this tournament, which is powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra, and victory can be yours with the latest new Samsung Galaxy S24 we have on hand. And of course, we have to talk towards the highlights. It was very clear that how DX Origins wanted to play this game. They're looking to snowball accordingly, but for Barkery, they read on towards their plans as well as their overall movements across the map. They do realize that DX Origins has a tendency to overcommit really important spells and resources, and that's when for Barkery, like, okay, they definitely jumped the gun. How can we follow up and cause as much disruptions accordingly? Because especially the fight earlier on where they were focusing so many resources, like just right here, just trying to stop Hijume in his tracks, while the rest of his team are fighting a completely different battle.
Yeah, they're creating different scenarios, different skirmishes around. And yes, even though you know the hero lost his life over there, but it's okay. You have the objectives. The most important thing is you get the turtle here. Kills will come and go, but it's all about the objectives. And then slowly but surely, the rest of the team will power skill at the same time. And this is where, you know, it's so heartbreaking. You have the Angela, you have the Faramis, potentially give you second chances in life or second chances in the fight, but it's not enough because the power skill from 404 Bakri is just so much to handle, Monshel.
basically, they just waited for another round to expire accordingly, as well as the Heart Guard, and then they basically say, okay, we're going to start like not pulling punches whatsoever, and that's what 404 Barkri did accordingly. But Alberto, that last moment, that 3-4-man penalty zone was chef kiss and basically sealed DX Origin's fate for game 1. And basically, we have to talk about the MVP of this game accordingly.
It is going to be Hijume. Nice. Hijume 2-2 and 76% team fight participation. I mean, that game was just so quick, but Hijume comes in at the right time, burst damage with the rough waves, as you mentioned earlier. This did so much damage onto their opponents and overall contributed in a high rate of team fight.
Well, he was basically the key in order of basically the plan to stop DX Origin in his track. This is a team that wanted to play together accordingly, and the Kadida was just able to disrupt and burst down multiple members at a time. And when you group up like that, this is what happened, 17-7 accordingly. Rensa was just, as you say, he was just able to just go in and out with the Zaman Force and just was popping off completely, while the rest of his team, with did Aja on the Grok as well as Alberto on the Trizla, was just completely able to land all these CC capabilities to disrupt the plans of DX Origin.
Yeah, and you know, like we talked around the first draft, you ban out this link, you allow Harif to be taken. And it's just choosing your poisons at this moment. The problem is both poisons are poisonous. I mean, no questions asked there. You don't have the link, so yeah, Trisakti, he might not be having the best time of his life. But again, with that Julian, he is still very impactful. Now you give that Harif onto Rensa, it's so much more impactful as well. So overall, you know, if I'm DX Origins, this is a headache for me because I need to know what type of heroes that I could live with giving to Team 404 Bakri. But in the meantime though, it's so hard to counter attack them. And eventually, you know, we need that one win. The problem is the one win is not coming to us.
In the end, it's back to the drawing board. They probably felt like, okay, we can absolutely take these fights with the double insurance of the Heart Guard as well as the Nether Realm. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. There we are giving out an additional free MLBB diamond codes. All these drops are just for you. Do take note, these are very limited, so do grab them on while they're still on screen.
And I mean, how many people already have grabbed the codes? And if you can get double of them, you can even buy even better skins out there, better quality skins in play. So make sure to stay tuned, make sure to be focused on that. Yes, you won't be part of the 15,000 USD dollars right there, but it's okay. You still have free MLBB diamonds to take away home.
I mean, if you do eventually, you know, if you're looking to go pro but you don't know where to start, I mean, like these tournaments are such a wonderful platform for aspiring champions altogether. And as I mentioned, that this is a best of 5 series. Let's see what kind of adjustments that DX Origins, they just came from a victory from their previous match. They are still riding on the high end with the momentum. I don't think they're discouraged, but let's see how they adjust accordingly, because I believe they put too many eggs in one basket.
Too many eggs in one basket, and interesting choice right there. Team 404 Bakri actually banned out Harris, so they are trying to deny that first pick into the hands of Team DX Origins, knowing that they are the blue-sided one, they will get the one first, but Chip eventually will make his presence in the land of Dawn. So they are giving away Roger, Valentina out there for Team 404 Bakri to kind of pick it off. In fact, Arlott also is there, Julian also is available. You know, you got multiple heroes that is still able to counter this chip if done right.
I'm actually relieved that Harif is finally banned. I'm actually kind of tired of seeing him. I like to see, you know, something else being picked up. Perhaps Moskov. We haven't seen the tons ever since this hero has been nerfed accordingly. But come on, just bring, I want to see different adjustments that's going to come true. I do like that finally Chip will get to see the light of day being picked up. It just seems that 404 doesn't care about what they let through. They let through the Angela, and they were like, yeah, we had more than enough manpower as resources to deal with it accordingly. And now they let through the chip. Like, let's see what else they can get away with.
Yeah, you spoke about the Angela. The Angela hasn't been banned just yet, so maybe, just maybe 404 want to play that. But as we all know that, you know, Fredrin and of course Valentina, very solid picks, very high picked as well throughout the tournament. It seems that 404 will stick to the Terizla, who has been doing pretty well so far, chaining up with the penalty zones from time to time. Now, let's see who they would like to ban. Would they use this opportunity to ban a support type of hero? Or would they want to ban another side laner?
I would say that was one of the best penalty zone like lands onto multiple targets I have seen throughout the entire tournament. And Alberto definitely knows that he's so comfortable on this hero. And speaking of comfort picks, Cayman will be sticking with the Fredrin, which in the earlier match, it was actually a respect ban or basically counter pick accordingly.
Yep. Cayman, I think he was really strong with that one. I think he got a lot of kills, especially landing the Appraiser's Waft just in the nick of time. So yeah, he got him right there. Benedetta and Angela. Oh, Carmelia is to counter that chip. Am I correct, Monshao?
Yes, we have talked about this off camera a couple of occasions. It's like, how do you stop Chip when he's able to just portal in with Y-Walk? And the great way of countering that is with the Carmilla. We have seen that in professional play, and we're going to actually see that today.
Yes, we're going to see that today. In fact, we're going to see Sissy and Claude perhaps if he's able to link it out. Yep, she's able to lock it down. Claude and Sissy will be making their presence in game number 2.
I am definitely, I am a bit concerned on whether Claude will be able to dish out sufficient damage towards the later stages of the game. Hijime is just flexing on terms of what he wants to play, and I can't believe we actually get to see the Yve come into play. It's basically Yve combination with the Carmilla with the Ruin manipulation. We are going to potentially see a bloodbath.
A bloodbath in the team fight right here for Bakri, needing this win in order to have one more step closer to the trophy right here. That's 7,500 USD. In the meantime though, DX Origins, they're going to try to play their best draft lineup, hoping to get that one win in order to bring back their confidence and to show their presence in this grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, game 2. This is going to be one another right here. I'm actually looking forward to see DX Origins at least get a win. Get this win first in order to build up momentum. But if 4-4 Bakri wins this round, I'm afraid that there might be a full sweep, a broom coming out on the side of Team 4-4 Bakri to win this championship.
Well, there's only one way to find out as we're back in the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, against DX Origin versus their opponents from Indonesia. We can see in this best of 5 who will ride high on the momentum, or will they be able to turn this around accordingly against 404 Bakri.
So SOP again trying to clear out that mid lane, go for the buffs. If there are any Romans, you know, they won't try to do their very best to deny the buff. But so far so good. The side lanes as well, healthily as possible. But before that though, mid lane and top lane, Cloud getting a lot of harassment with this Roger one-on-one. Hopefully either one of them could fall. And yeah, unfortunately not so. Cloud is able to, wait a minute, Cloud is holding on right there. He is not teleporting back just yet.
He's just trying to grid out the fact that he wants to at least get the last cannon minion in. I'm not sure if he'll be punished by the Roger as a result for that, but Keyboy Gulab already taking so much damage accordingly. You can see that 4-4 Bakri, their early damage is coming true, but ladies and gentlemen, please claim another round of free MLBV diamonds just for you.
Yes, just for you right there. Again, there's so many codes just in the nick of time. Speaking of which, for Bakri, putting all their resources onto this Fedrin, but is that worth it though? Because Did Aja getting harassed to the state of health though, and Aiken unfortunately falls victim. This is such a great kite coming in from 404 Bakri, able to beat your opponents and return a favor in the kill.
My goodness, you'd think that when DX Origin actually had the upper hand or may be able to potentially secure a kill, here comes Gregory on the Julian, just swooping in and securing first blood.
Securing first blood in the hands of the Indonesian team. Looking forward to extend their lead in this grand finals. Nonetheless, however, Turtle already spawned at the bottom pit. It looks like Team 404 Bakri has upper advantage in terms of taking this Turtle, but then DX Origins, they will converge with one another. They will regroup in order to contest this Turtle. We'll see how first, as the teams are looking to zone out their opponents, maybe to use this Turtle as bait as well in order to win the skirmishes of team fights coming forward.
Yeah, overall you see that, whoa, that's so much damage coming out earlier on. Real one manipulation caught on, and they're trying to secure the turtle, but Greggy won't be able to secure it. Sijube as well secures the kill on towards the Fredrin. There's nowhere to run for. He can force the flicker in. Will they be able to get the final blow? Double kill from Gregory. This is online.
Yeah, Trisakti has been phenomenal right there. He is saying, no, you know what? You can ban my link. Yeah, you can use whatever, ban our heroes here, but I'm still #1 in the assassin platform. And it's so hard to stop him at this point of time. Meanwhile, did Aja one-on-one with Hit Boy Galap right there. I don't think they were able to do a lot of damage because, again, both of them are considered tanks. But, oh, they look like they're toying with one another. Okay, dealing a bit damage, punch a bit.
They're just saying hi, how are the kids, how are your parents doing? That's just like typical roamer things. They're just matching one another, ensuring that, we're letting each other know of their presence.
Yep. I think each other know the presence, mirroring the footsteps as well. A little bit of quiet moments right there for both teams, looking forward to extend the farm or whatever they have in here. But for Bakri, this is not what has been said earlier on. Initially, they are supposed to be the ones that is a bit downwards a bit because they started off really slow, but this time around, they are taking it to matters in their hands. They are very aggressive at this point, rotating and making sure that they have control with the objectives.
I mean, they're just taking it down a notch, right? It's slowing down. There are no objectives on the board as of yet. With DX Origins as well as for Barkley, both are more towards a team fight composition. If anything, there's pressure on towards DX Origin being able to portal in and perhaps secure a gang, which might happen at this instance.
Yeah, might happen in this instance. Hit Boy though, but down to 50% of health. But then Trisakti has to be very careful. The Julian couldn't run away. All of the resources push on Julian, but Julian's still alive! And now, here comes the counter-attack. Hijome with Julian as well. Both players from the 4 Bakri is putting down pain onto DX Origin. DX Origin loses another member. 3 members down with 0 casualties on 4 Bakri. And maybe more here. Siska, she does not have CC onto that CC. And oh no, she's stuck right there. I hope she's able to teleport in safer times, but then it seems like the rest of the team of 4 Bakri are on steamrolling hit right now.
You think they were able to catch out the Julian, but the minute Hijime pops in with the real world manipulation, instantly multiple members of DX Origins, they're caught under a turret and there's nowhere to run. 4 Barkley responding perfectly to the aggression coming out from DX Origins.
Yeah, and Trisakti, give him where credit is due. He is so versatile. He is so, so slippery again. He's showing
the
us,
Julian.
That's the Julian, as you said, and it's so hard to catch him. He was already down to a slither of health. Just a few more hits and he will be out for a while. Just unfortunate he came back right there.
As I say, there is already a lack of damage from the South DX Origins. They are more of a late game composition and came in on the Fredrin. Yes, he has the praises route, but that's just not enough damage. A lot of the late game damage is going to rely on gold lane Marang accordingly. And for now, he's not even unlocked from his lane. He's unable to join the fight.
Oh man, I mean, DX Origins here, it seems like game number 1, it was a bit more effort, a bit more hope for them to do something here. But now game number 2, they are just cowered in fear right here. None of them, yes, they want to capture the objectives and, they want to snowball the fight into their favor, but it's so impossible here. They want to pick off this Julian, but it's so difficult as well. And by the time they want to disengage, it was just a little bit too late.
Right, we're going to see it all come in here. Here comes the portal, but the real manipulation as well as the final slash will be able to come out. Unstoppable double kill coming out from Gregory on the Julian, but Siska finally able to land the shutdown, some form of compensation. Will they be able to continue the fight?
But then all 3 heroes of Team DX Origins, they are cowered down at their turrets here. Nonetheless, however, Icane will be selected, will be slotted down alongside with Siska. And my oh my, 4 Bakri
so low,
winning the fight again.
Oh my goodness, they're so low. I think at this point, it's just the fact that for Barkley, they have better counter engagement with the Curse of Blood as well as the real world manipulation. They just had more tools as of now. But not to say that DX Origin doesn't have signs of light. We're already starting to see the Claude starting to pop up, given more time. But the question is, will 4 Barkley allow this?
I'm not sure 4 Valkyrie will allow this, but one thing's for sure, DX Origins, I mean, they really try really hard here, but it seems like everything they're trying to do is just going back towards them, and oh my goodness, Golem Marang using the Battle Mirror image is not going to save you right there, and maybe more to come. Rensa, he's able to escape unharmed right there with a slither of health, but then the rest of the members of 4-4 Bakri, they are continuing on with this chase. They want to get another kill. They want to put DX Origins in their place with the real world manipulation by Yves, and of course Carmelia taking off 1 kill.
I can't believe this. Like, the Yves is actually the counterplay towards what DX Origins intended to do with the chip, because multiple members caught in. Now Hijume 5-0-8. We have not seen this hero in a very long time, accordingly, and this just completely threw a wrench into DX Origins' plans.
Oh, another skirmish here as Alberto using that Terizla, looking for the penalty zone, managed to do so and managed to get a kill before falling down to Valentina in the hands of Icane. However, for Bakri, they have sustainability, but most importantly, they have damage. Trisakti has been unstoppable with that Julian. And DX Origin has no choice but to fall back into their own home base.
They just have so many iframes or abilities to be able to kite came in on the Fredrin accordingly, just avoiding the Appraiser's Wrath accordingly. And for Berkeley, you can see the level of confidence. They're just using the real world manipulation to siege on the base of turrets, but you can see the Lycan's Pounce just jumping right in. Curse of Blood as well as Pop trying to zone, and they will be able to secure the mid inhibitor.
Yes, the mid inhibitor turret has fallen. This is not looking good at DX Origins, even though, yes, we stated the obvious, but from the way of momentum, from the way of tempo, pacing, and most importantly, morale, right? Team morale. DX Origins are all having their backs against the wall. Nothing they can do right now to stop 4-4 Bakri. They tried a different draft. They tried something to counter this. Mechanically, they also did their very best, but 4-4 Bakri is just a level ahead.
The weakness of the Fredrin is, unfortunately, he's so easy to kite. And with the team composition coming out from 4-4 Barkry, DX Origin they're not in any position to take this fight like 5v5.
And, you know, it seems like, you know, this game is going to be like a snowfall, you know, downfall right here, avalanche onto the side of 4-4 Bakri. But you have to understand, DX Origins really played their best. They really tried everything. Just everything is not enough, and now you have to wait for the presence of the law. If I'm 4-4 Bakri, I would put my opponents to sleep right now. Painless, smooth death. This could be it. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we do see the chips, shortcuts are all out right here, but then again, there's no point. Here comes the Lord right now for Bakri. Will hit with the Lord, trying to go for the fight. The Curse of Blood right there, and the Lord will fall. But then for Bakri, will they continue on the fight? Yes, they will. They have strength in numbers. They know that they have the power spike to go for the fights in here, destroying the last inhibitor turret of DX Origins, making sure that their opponents have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Blazing Duet is not going to do anything as well, because all the members have fallen down, biting the dust. Game 2 will be in the hands of 4-4 Bakri once again.
A complete wipeout just to show absolute domination against DX Origins. 4-4 Bakri once again coming out victorious. What kind of adaptations, or what do you even do against a team this good?
I mean, run, hide, cower in fear. Nothing much you can do except to wait for the inevitable. I think that is what 4-4 Bakri is trying to instill into the minds of DX Origins. But ladies and gentlemen, don't fret not. You know, they're not going to harm you right there. And in fact, you are able to claim free Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds right now with the code down below. Again, super shout out to Samsung, as the whole entirety of the tournament is powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. As we say, victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. But let's just jump in towards the game highlights of Game 2. I would simply say that for Barkry, they absolutely counter-dropped DX Origins. The the Yi was such a brilliant choice in the combination of the Carmilla's Curse of Blood. They're able to lock multiple members down, and when you're trapped in that, basically in that mystic chessboard, which I would like to call it,
Yeah, I like...
there is no way out of there.
Yes, the Mystic Chessboard. And you know, with Carmilla just coming in to counter that chip and the rest of the heroes, especially if you want to commit to the team fight through Chip's ultimate, the shortcut, it's so difficult. But the moment you can see already the momentum, right? Earlier onwards, 4-4 Bakri, they play no-nonsense game. They say that, hey, we have the upper advantage. Let's use it from start to finish. And that's what they did. They went in guns a-blazing. They went in destroying turret, taking objectives. And eventually, like I already said, with that very first slot, they decided to put their opponents onto the mattress and sleep for good.
I understand that they wanted to pick up the Claw as some form of late game insurance, being able to burst down multiple opponents at a time. But it just proves that 404 Barkree, they absolutely overwhelmed DX Origin in this state of the game. And understanding that, yes, we are allowing you to pick up the chip, but we know exactly how to counter it accordingly. This is just beautiful coordination coming out from 404 Barkree. Great drafting, so creative. It's like we have not seen this artillery mage in a good while. And this goes to show that with the current meta and with the adjustments, anything could be happen and viable. And we have to talk about our MVP. It will be Gregory Trisakti on the Julian. Just amazing footwork altogether. 825 KDA, 65% team fight participation. Honestly, there's not too much I can say, but that he is absolutely brilliant in his position.
Positioning, the fights, he's able to escape from dangers as well, the jaws of death, but couldn't even kill him. My oh my, this player is one kind, another player out of this world, and he's deserving for the MVP. And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look onto the scoreboard right now. It's going to be an absolute domination from Team 404 Bakri, 20-3. But again, kills don't matter. It's all about the impact of the entirety of the game, the momentum of the game already in the hands of 404 Bakri from start to finish.
The numbers don't lie, as you say, and Trisakti, the fact that he completed Holy Crystal, the Sky Piercer, as well as the Glowing One. The Holy Crystal, take note, is extremely greedy first item to go for, but it just goes to show the confidence in his ability, as well as in the rest of his team being able to follow up and ensure of his safety.
Man, I mean, if I am DX Origins right now, I am really out of moves already. I think they had like 10 plans, and then now it's all down to the last 1 or 2 plans over there. But again, this is the sheer difference in terms of power level. And, you know, you got to give it up to 404 Bakri as well. They really respect their opponents. They really put out an all-out fight. And like I said, you know, if you have the momentum ready, you have that one lot, just finish them off and giving them no room for a comeback. Nonetheless, however, DX Origins, I think after these 2 games, or at least the entirety of the tournament, they will need to take out whatever's left from their pockets, making sure whatever trump cards they have on their hands also play it all out. In fact, maybe, you know, just maybe they can try something unorthodox, maybe try heroes that they haven't tested out before, especially with the new patch coming out here, and just give it all, you know, just try it out, because there's nothing else they can do at the moment.
I mean, there's really, as you say, nothing else to lose in this state of the tournament. We're already in the grand finals.
Right.
I would say just give in your all. Understand that it's quite the David versus Goliath situation. 404 Barkree, they're confident in their gameplay and their abilities. It's more of what could DX Origins do to fully enable the rest of the team to, because it seems like whatever they try, 404 Barkree has the answers.
Yes, they read them like a book. They are playing chess. Well, you know, the X Origins try to play chess, but eventually their moves are like checkers. And speaking of chess and checkers, ladies and gentlemen, we have another code. Thank you again for all your support. We hope you enjoyed the entirety of the tournament. And most importantly, we hope that you get rewarded for your efforts. Make sure to claim the code right here for some free MLBB diamonds and go claim your favorite skins right now.
Yes, thank you so much once again for supporting the tournament as well as the stream. Just keep on farming us up, right? We're I'm not sure how many more codes we're going to drop. Perhaps we're hoping that we push forward for like maybe a 2-1, maybe, because, you know, that just means more rewards for the audience back at home.
True, must also go up to Game 5 so we can get more codes up for grabs for you all. So whoever wants to support DX Origins, whoever's supporting DX Origins, let us down in the comment section. Let them listen to your love, feel your love and support, and hopefully they are able to clinch one game, which will start in game number 3.
Exactly. This is really tricky situation.
Yep.
Sunfrost being the coach, I believe he's just like racking his brain trying to figure out what is the game plan.
Yeah, what is the game plan? You know, we tried this out, we tried that out, it didn't work. What can we fall out right now? I think at least in my own conscience, in my own perspective, Team DX Origins need to try something different. Very, very different, very unique. Catch Team 404 Bakri like, oh wow, I didn't know they have this in their lineup. Whoa, I didn't know they have this thought out for us. So again, 404 Bakri, they are waiting for a challenge. The challenge possibly isn't there just yet, but maybe with this new lineup or perhaps a different approach into the drafting session in Game 3 might be able to give themselves the taste of that challenge.
Overall, just weighing out the pros and cons, it just seemed that Hijome is the key. He's absolutely the key. Anything, there should be more focus to shutting him down, because it's like the Eve, the Kadena earlier was just fully enabling, just causing so much havoc and disruption. And once they divert their attention, Gregory Trisakti was able to just cause absolute mayhem towards them. But as we're, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping towards game 3 of the draft. As we say, we're basically approaching match point of the best of 5 series. And very consistently, they're banning out Matilda. Much respect towards Keyboy Galak. And from DX Origins, they ban out the Julian.
Ban out the Julian. I mean, they are trying to take out as many heroes from Trisakti, but like you said, you know, maybe perhaps focus onto Hijome's heroes instead. Since he was the one that lead all the way. Yeah, they did try to ban out Trisakti. They tried to take out Rensa's heroes, but why not try differently? You know, try to take out Hijome's mage heroes in place. But looking from it, they are still taking out that. Oh, they took out the Roger. So I think that is for Rensa or Trisakti, and then Matilda probably going for that. But then again, Rensa holding on to his Harif. So again, like you said, you are sick of seeing the Harif, but unfortunately, you have to see this one more time. I am sick of seeing the Harif at this point of the game. I've seen so much Harif today. But understandable why they opt to ban out. Once, you know, you ban out the Roger, it just means that, you know, Harif is up for grabs. They're going to first pick that. But we're going to see something that is very potent, the Angela Link combo. We talked about this. This was an absolute terror in the professional scene many years ago. Yeah, and then having the Angela onto that Link as well. Link can roam very freely, roam very quickly to different lanes or different turtle pits. Easier to also join in the team fight when his team needed him the most. But then of course, 404 Bakri, that chip and that Kadena, oh my goodness, I can't imagine that chip is going to do so much more damage. Just portal right in, wide walk, then Hijome will be able to just burst down multiple members with the rough waves. So we already can't imagine and like how this battle will unfold. But let's see, we still have a couple bands to go onto. What will DX Origin opt for to respond to this? I like how they took the Terrorisla away from Alberto, so maybe target Alberto as well, because in order to make him more uncomfortable trying out different heroes. Yuzhong will be removed, so that is definitely targeted towards Alberto if he needs it to. But Carmelia, great ban over there in order to stop any shenanigans from the side of Team DX Origins. Yeah, because the Angela, just take note that sometimes she could be flexed in towards the mid lane. I usually don't like it very much because the wave clear is just not ideal altogether. But DX are basically from the side, they are looking to think that, okay, Carmilla could still be viable and still be picked, and that's why they're going for the counter engagement. I do like the Moscow being picked up, but it's very vulnerable from the side of Hijome, going in with the rough waves and ambushing altogether with the combination of the chips. So I am rather concerned. And Amon. I was just earlier on I was just practicing up on my gameplay, and I was playing Amon earlier on, and I just can't believe that we actually get to see him like live in the Land of Dawn. And I was already thinking in the back of my head, Alberto, right? He understand they took away the Trisla and his Yuzhong, but the Arlet is still available and up for grabs. Yeah, a great CC hero as well. Speaking of which, Amon Very, very, very rare pick. I couldn't recall whether he was chosen in game 1, but
No,
it
not at
wasn't.
all.
Not at
Not
all.
at all.
So yeah, the first experience here onto the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, and it looks like we will lock down Tigreal on the side of DX Origins. DX Origins are on their last line of defense. Can they win this to continue on, forcing to game 4 and game 5? But meantime, for Bakri, they have a game plan in mind already. It is to go all out and getting that championship trophy into their bag.
And all stands in their way is DX Origin. Let's see if these adjustments, understand that with the implosion coming in as well as the penalty zone, they're looking to layer upon ultimates and set the tempo for the link to come online. This is what we're expecting to see accordingly. I do have some concerns towards for Bakri's draft because it does seem that most of their damage will be magic. But without further ado, we'll be jumping into the land of Dawn once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is do or die for both sides. For Bakri on the upfoot, DX Origin will be able to at least take one game away from them.
I mean, this is do or die for DX Origins. Bakri is just in a very comfortable lead 2-0 here. Again, standard SOP is going in for their buffs. And for Team DX Origins, they need to start the tempo here. They do have the roaming availabilities. You know, they do have Tigreal as well to stop and to use the implosion to stun the opponents, to zone out opponents. But most importantly, they get Moskov. That's the insurance for mid to late game if needed to.
Yeah, they definitely need a goal laner to match up accordingly, but you can see already a skirmish on the mid from both sides. You can see for Bakri, they're not going to give any breathing room whatsoever to DX Origins.
Yes, and they even clear out the wave first earlier on, so this is definitely very impactful for Bakri to upskill their heroes quickly.
Like I say, Angela does not have the best wave clear. Unfortunately, having to force into the position of playing mid, this is already to be expected against a Kadida.
Oh, looks like Keyboy Galat there will get spotted out here. The Tigreal still not that tanky just at the moment. However, Team 4 for Bakri has to be very careful. They kind of overcommitted into their enemy's lanes, and it will be paid on the side of Team DX Origins. Origins continue on with that slicing and dicing, but it's not going to be enough to take down another hero from the side of 4 for Bakri.
Right, great first blood coming out from the side of DX Origins. Gold lane, great start for the Monster securing the first blood. But we can already see that came in on the lane already going to be proving to be a problem to the side for Bakri now that he has already hit level 4.
Yes, level 4 on that link is going to be crucial. I mean, Tempest of Blades, as you mentioned, you know, able to come in any time of the fight and then finishing off solo pickups right here.
Hichumi is really patient. He was just trying to look for an opening, but I believe DX Origin is extremely wary of his presence. The turtles are forgot, but came in, being forced into a really awkward position. You can see that he will still be able to secure his purple buff, but he is heavily contested. Heartguard will be popped, but here comes the rest of the team from the side for Bakri, but Tempest of Blades just in time to be able to get out of that situation. But Turtle being heavily contested, Gregory will actually be chunked down, but in return, Iken gets the kill, but they lose Cayman in the process.
Yeah, they lose Cayman in the process, and there's no Ling already. There's nobody to do the damage output, but therefore for Bakri comes in, slaughtering it down until the slit of a health of Keyboy Galat. Keyboy Galat is able to run away into safety, but then here comes the Turtle. Turtle, there's nobody to contest right here except for the Ling. If the Ling can manage to get into the Turtle Peak as soon as possible before the rest of the members of 404 Bakri is able to conclude together, then it will be a different story all around.
Yeah, let's just take it down one notch. Basically, it seems like both teams decided, yeah, we don't want the objective. We want to be able to get kills and create as much of a lead as possible for either Gregory or Heemin, because this is just an assassin matchup. It's all about the kills at this point.
Kills and, of course, control towards that Turtle. It looks like DX Origins has the prime position to take this Turtle away. Have to be very careful as well if there's a steal coming in forward right now. Oh, nice move of the Rough Waves as well. The Aja kicks down one member, two members as in place. But Ikane takes down the Aja, but then the damage has already been done. And look at that Turtle. That Turtle is definitely in the favor for Bakri. So 4 Bakri gets one Turtle and 4 kills away from DX Origins.
Yeah, they just like by a landslide. 4 Bakri wins out in that team fight as well as securing the objective. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, even though there was the Heart Guard as well as the Tempest of Blades, for Valkyrie, they understand the timings. They just layer the burst damage accordingly. And DX Origins, they don't have enough defense.
And going back to what you just said before we start game 3, why not stop Hijume? Why not just remove Kadida away from her? They didn't remove it. And look at that. She survived. She provided the burst damage that they needed from the side of 4-4 Bakri, and they won fights with her.
I would say that in the grand scheme of things, it's not worth banning out the Kadida because you have, I think, if you give Hijume the Loi, which was banned, I think he would be able to cause even more problems. If basically needs, oh, you can see that Tempest of Blaze already forced out by the Amon already, as well as the Heart Guard, just to ensure his safety. That's so many resources. Penalty zone, Alberto is forced to flicker away, but here comes it Aja. But I'm not sure he'll be able to pop his ultimate. I don't think they have any intention of getting into an all-out war on the top side.
Just a waste on the X Origins as well. I have to use the ultimate perhaps to save her. Then Hijume bursting down. Kimin, the link has been shut down once more. And here comes 4-4 Bakri. They have firepower. They have the life sustainability. Here's this Keyboy Galap with the Tigreal has finally fallen. And Siska running away for his dear life. Oh my goodness. Nearly melted down into pieces. But then 4-4 Bakri still winning the skirmish and still in a top-notch momentum.
It's just absolutely superior targeting coming out from the side of 4-4 Bakri altogether. The minute you count, where's the damage coming through? Force out the Tempest of Blade as well as the Heart Guard. And the minute they see the Heart Guard has been used, the Link is vulnerable. Look how they're already invading and trying to take their purple belt. And indeed, that gets stolen away by the Amon.
I mean, like you said, forcing out the Heart Guard, forcing out perhaps the Tempest of Blade as well.
Yep.
All these abilities are supposed to somewhat create offense, create opportunities for you in the team fight, or at least pick off a solo fight. But instead, they were used to escape. And once finishing, escaping already, it's not out of the woods yet. They're still in danger. And speaking of danger...
Here comes Hijume once again.
Oh man, Keyboy Galap. I mean, Rensa was not in his prime position. Oh, he's going hand with the Zaman Force and the Synchro Fusion. But again, DX Origins, they have no answer in terms of offense at this point of time.
No, they're just biding time and the way they're prioritizing their target altogether. But with Teamfight right now, Cayman finally getting the kill on Suge, seeking revenge. But Rensa is causing absolute havoc. But Cayman finally be able to seek some form of compensation, secures the turtle. But the fight, we're able to disengage completely from that. That is a win in the books for DX Origins.
Yes, DX Origins need these victories, small victories, in order to snowball back the confidence into them a bit more aggressive as well. I like that, especially taking off the Amon in the hands of Trisakti. Kimi, meanwhile, level 8 here, lower HP, but he's going to go back and regenerate and hopefully able to help his team right here, because the rest of members of 4-4 Bakri, despite losing that turtle and losing their assassin, they are still online. They are still heavily aggressively roaming right there. Oops, and yeah, I think they're just going to disengage at that point of time.
Yeah, at this point, Hijume just found a Keyboy Galap, which is not the target that he wanted. He's ideally waiting for Kaymin or even Aikin, whichever one. But that's the Link has such a big target on his back. And once you remove a Link from the picture, there is a clear lack of damage from the side of DX Origins, because you can see that Golin is not in most of these fights. Lands the Petrified Heart Guard just at the nick of time. Will they finally punish? Yep, they'll finally punish Hijume. Shut down, going towards the Moskov. This is ideal for this books.
Yeah, this Moskov could be the key in order to win the victory right here. But then DX Origins right now going in for the fight. They're returning the favor. However, Kimin though kills off one member for 4-4 Bakri. 4-4 Bakri. Ooh, they're losing HP here. But however, DX Origins, they also cannot sustain for long as Siska.
He's trying.
2 versus 3. He is really trying, but then it's not going to be enough. Alberto going in, diving into the turret. Siska still alive, but it's not going to be for long. 4-4 Bakri winning that skirmish, unfortunately, for DX Origins.
Man, when you think the fight is finally turning in the favor of DX Origins, Rensa just pops in with Y Walk, and he just able to just completely wipe the floor with DX Origins accordingly. They have so many burst damage coming out from the side of 4-4 Bakri, but something to also take note, these are main source of magic damage, but it seems like Hijume will be in a bit of trouble, has to force the rough ways to get out towards safety.
Signs of life as well a bit, or I would say consolation is DX Origins. They know that the Moskov is going to be very key. You know, they keep the Moskov alive as much as possible. If the Moskov is able to get what you mentioned earlier, the Trinity build, he is able to sustain, to dish out so much damage and the attack speed. Trying to force this to late game, I think this will be the key for DX Origins. However, for Bakri, they also know that, you know, they need to finish this game as soon as possible.
No, absolutely. Because as I said that, once DX Origins able to build up sufficient magic defense, this is where, you know, things will start to become very tricky. You can see the Spirit Destruction. I don't think it's quite landing its mark as of yet. But as you say, 4-4 Barkley is aware of the item power spike coming to the side of DX Origins, and they have to play this very carefully.
Yeah, playing this very carefully as for Bakri, Trisakti one-on-one with the Lord right there. He does need a little bit of support before his HP depletes into very critical conditions. Speaking of critical, Siska, meanwhile, with that Terisla using the penalty zone, great move right there. But then where's the follow-up from DX Origins? DX Origins are around the map but could not give the support that this Terisla needs. Nonetheless, however, Alberto able to walk away unscathed, as did Aja as well, zoning out the rest of the opponents. Okay, boy, Gola spotting something. He wanted to use Implosion as well, but then it's not going to be enough. The Lord continuing to be harassed, but then will get resetted because the fight is more important right here. Taking down multiple members of Team DX Origins. The Tempest of Blaze. Is that enough though with the Heart Guard though?
Yes.
But the chase, the hot pursuit is live. And this will be for Bakri's win, despite the DX Origin disengaging at the right time to minus casualties.
Oh, then endless shards connecting at that point. But thankfully, the Tempest of Blades as well as the combination of Heartguard will keep Cayman alive in that situation. But it seems that DX Origins were just completely caught off guard because they were thinking that Farah Barkri were going for the objective. But no, they just completely split up the fight and started just picking off members of DX Origins one by one.
Yeah, they were baiting Team DX Origins using the Lord objective as one of the objectives. And speaking of objective, oh my, Cayman, he needs to run away. He does get the Heart Guard there, but that is not going to be enough. He's down for 32 seconds. A double kill for Trisakti, taking down the Terisla. And Trisakti, he is a man on a mission. He does have that Lord as well on the top side here, and then forces all the members of DX Origins to fall back. This is not the time to go and engage in team fights right now. We need to defend our base.
Yep, 6k lead. For DX Origins are unable to find any form of compensation or any room to breathe because for Barkley are just breathing down their necks.
Breathing down their necks, not stopping the first fight that they have already won. They continue on further, pushing it further. They have the battle of attrition in their favor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, will this be the lot that ends up everything again just like the last game? I don't think so, because Kimin is able to get a kill out of Trisakti's Amon, and now things are going to look a little bit well for DX Origins. However, they are still in defensive stand. They can't do much right now. They are zoned out of their jungle.
They're still holding on. Let's just basically have a bit of a chill pill. Let's talk about what DX Origins needs to do, because for Barkley, they're still in a very comfortable spot. But you already can see that Trisakti actually lost out in that 1v1 situation against Kimin, because all Kimin needs to do is force the endless shards, Tempest of Blades out. He would have enough damage accordingly.
Oh, look at that. Did Aja already waiting for Kimin to strike there in order to take his purple buff, but then the rest of the members of Bakri, they have converged. They have consolidated as a group, hoping to catch that that Link off guard, but then nonetheless, however, they stole the buff, I believe so.
Yes.
And still zone out DX Origins.
Yeah. At this point, it's like, yes, they were able to somewhat narrow the gold lead just ever so slightly. But for Barkley, as you can see, they're maintaining control. They're just choking DX Origins out of their foam farm and jungle. And Cayman's job, he needs to be able to deal the damage, but he needs survivability. And without his purple buff, this is going to be extremely difficult.
Extremely difficult. His team also, they need to be in a prime position as well to support him through the follow-up damage, or at least give him a room of opportunity to pick them off once the opponents are down to a slither of health. Speaking of slither of health, here comes the Lord. This will be Luminous Lord. Will be in point of contest from both parties, but it seems like for Bakri, they are going to do the bait and switch mode again.
Well, I think, as you see, they are targeting Siska very
Oh,
heavily
no.
now. Force the flicker, and they believe the job is done.
Oh, what? Then the chip comes in with the teleport on the shortcut. And then now multiple members around, but then it will be in the favor for Bakri. They are getting kills left and right. A double kill on the Trisakti. Trisakti is a man on a mission, as I said earlier onwards. And now the whole team is in full confidence, perhaps, to end this game. Alberto, though, loses his life, but then Trisakti is still alive here.
DX Origins are now they're fully in shambles, and 4 Barkley
no.
is aware of that. They're just
Icane.
looking to push in. This may be looking towards the end as they close this out in the clean 3-0. What a game! 4 Barkley are your champions.
404 Bakri has opened up the brooms and have swept their opponents, DX Origin, to claim the champions for the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
What a series. You can see that 4 Barkley just absolutely convincing. No matter what kind of strategy or draft, they are able to pull it off, and they say no matter what we do, yes, we can give away the Angela Ling, we can give you the chip, but we knew exactly what to do to counter all that, and this is why they are your champions. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all the support. We have another round of free MLBB Diamond Drops. The code is down below. Quickly grab it.
Quickly grab it indeed. But then what a phenomenal play coming in for 404 Bakri, being undefeated across the regional playoffs, not even dropping a single map point. Untouched, unscathed, and they are deserving for being the champions right here. Nonetheless, shout out to DX Origins. I can feel their efforts really wanted to try to stop whatever. And then that third game, it was, a little bit momentum also shifting to the end, but eventually they just got outmatched. Nonetheless, however, they'll be walking away with 3,500 USD as the second place finishers. And congratulations to our champions for Bakri for taking away 7,500 US dollars.
As we look towards the highlights, you can see that the amount of disruption that 4 Barkley have, Hijume was so effective with the rough waves, and just the constant pressure of Chit could just come in and just offset whatever advantage DX Origin have. They just had the upper hand, and they're so patient in waiting. The minute they see that, okay, key ultimates has been utilized, Tempest of Blades, the Heart Guard, this is instantly like, okay, this is where we can focus our energy towards, and this is why they're able to maintain that advantage and push forward for victory.
Yep, in addition to what you just said, when we talk about during the fights, they forces the Heart Guard, they force out the Tempest of Blades. Those two skills, I would rather use it for more offensive plays or at least team fights. But then instead, you will use to juke out or to escape back to defensive position. So it's not really that impactful in terms to start the fight. And now you're depending the rest of your 3 members. Yes, Gold Lane Marang, we do see a bit of signs of life with the Moskov going online a bit, but it wasn't enough to sustain throughout the entirety of the skirmishes.
Unfortunately, the minute came in on the lane was eliminated from basically from the game altogether. They were starting to have a bit of a damage problem because they opt for Angela mid, so they are lacking burst, and Gold Lane require a good number of time as well as items in order to start coming online, because this is a late game pick, the Moskov, and instantly all these fights you can see 4 Barkley, they're just picking them clean completely. The way they engage, the way they start fights, the way they end, this is just textbook gameplay coming out from this Indonesian team.
Yeah, great disengagement, great re-engagement, knowing when, alright, they have used their ultimates already, they have used their skills already, they're on cooldown, let's go back and bite them even further. Ladies and gentlemen, your MVP for Team 404 Bakri is going to be, it's going to be Alberto right here. 3-1-14, 85% team fight participation. His R-Lot has been phenomenal with the final slash in place.
Yep, with the dominance eyes, he didn't even have to. He even built blade armor. The blade armor just ensured that all the basic attacks coming out from the link, just ensuring a bit more survivability. As of now, you can see that. Yep, he is compared. Yeah, it was a tree. Oh, he did. Yeah, and he's definitely extremely confident in his ability. We are loving the energy coming out from both teams as we walk in towards the scoreboard. My goodness, Rensa was just completely untouched on this heart. Woo-hoo.
Wow, 0 deaths with with 5 assists to top it up with his 5 kills. Hijome 4-1-10, great number of assists alongside with Alberto 3-1-14. No wonder he's deserving of the MVP. Meanwhile, Trisakti didn't have the fun time of his life for his aimant. He could have gone unscathed, but hey, at least he managed to get 6 kills in return, as did Aja, 12 assists with 2 kills onto this chip. Meantime though, DX Origins tried their hardest already, Ikane being the MVP for the losing team, but the rest of the members just fell short, unfortunately.
There's just a lot of bait and switch coming out from 4-4 Barkley. They're understanding that their opponent may be a bit too trigger happy. The minute they see that, okay, this is the opening, we're gonna go in, Hijime just swoops right in, Rough Waves gets the burst damage out instantly. That is a big source of damage eliminated altogether for the side of DX Origins.
Yeah, I mean, you know, kudos to both teams again for putting up a great fight. Nonetheless, however, I think this is the end. Yeah, this is the end of our entirety of the tournament right here. Congratulations again, nonetheless, to 404 Bakri for walking away $7,500. I'm wondering what you're going to use that money for.
I mean, if there's anything, you know, they're amateur players, they're aspiring to, you know, become greater as they progress with their esports journey. But everyone, thank you so much once again. This tournament would not be possible without your support. Please claim another round of these free MLBB Diamond drops just for you.
Yes, and of course to the rest of our teams, including DX Origins, now later, and again, Venus Vincier, they played their hearts out there. They are deserving of that cash pool as well. And of course, the teams that got eliminated yesterday, you know, we have UITM Raw, Miracle Gaming, Team UTP, Choco Babes. Again, congratulations, and GGWP as well for making all the way so far. Hopefully you can take this experience as memories in the near future and become better Mobile Legends Bang Bang players. We're looking forward to see you all soon in the next upcoming tournaments to come.
Yep, as you say, like, this is not the end for these players because, like, one, this is a platform to showcase their gameplay and basically get that experience that they desperately desire accordingly. And well, there's basically enough from us because we have to be able to pass it over to our lovely host, Hel, for the prize giving ceremony, as well as whether they're going to interview the winning team accordingly. El, take us through. Take it away.
What a monumental moment to commemorate the champions of the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. We have our winners, ladies and gentlemen, and all of this within 3 days of the regional playoffs, powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra and brought to you as a platform for aspiring champions and champions that we found. Now we are moving on into the final segment of the program, which is going to be our prize giving ceremony. And with that, we would like to invite our honorable guest here, our Samsung Regional Marketing Manager. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to give out the prizes. And with that, our mock checks are getting prepared, the teams are getting prepared, and we would like to start with placing number 4. In 4th place, fighting tooth and nail, coming all the way from the country of Singapore, we would like to introduce and award 4th place to Now or Later! Remember to smile for the cameras. Come on closer, guys. Take your center stage. This is your moment. $1,500 USD being awarded to Now or Later. Valiant effort. Made it into the top 4, qualifying, doing the best that they can for their representing country of Singapore. And all smiles all around. Next, we have a bit of a crowd favorite here, giving us content after content, smile after smile, and victory after victory, just before they were pushed down by our home crown legends. But we have from Indonesia, we cannot forget Venus Vincier winning the second runner-up position, taking away 2,500 USD, rocking the suits throughout the whole tournament. Smile for the cameras, guys. Bright and clear. And a beautiful moment for Venus Vincier, making it all the way second runner-up, a feat not to be dismissed. And finally, we go down to the top two of the tournament, the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. We have, from the beginning, bringing up themselves and then to the grand finals, unfortunately being bumped out, but they still walk away as the first runner-up of the tournament. Let's invite our home heroes, DX Origins! Walking away with 3,500 USD here. Our first runner-up. They're matching uniforms. Looking so dapper. Smile for the cameras. This is your moment. Take it in. Breathe it in, guys. Last but certainly not least, we have the undefeated all the way from Indonesia. Bringing it in. Lightning does strike the same tree twice. Let's have it for 404 Bakri! Our champions will be walking away with a total of $7,500. The grand prize. Huge check, smile for the cameras. Thank you so much. 404 Bakri, our champions. And fun fact as well, they were our first opening series of the whole tournament in the regional playoffs. And with that, I also like to thank you here for joining us as our prize giver earlier. And our teams, of course, for coming in and being so sporting. Our top four walking away with a prize each. Now, as we are going towards the end of the day, we would like to thank everyone here that made this tournament possible. Our audience, give a round of applause for yourselves. Our players, teams, coaches, every supporter, as well as the people behind the cameras, and our casters as well, Monchel, Safa, and KBC, for rocking the casters desk and bringing us an amazing, entertaining show. And with that, I would like to bring this to the very end. Of course, all of this is brought to you, powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, and bringing you the best entertainment and mobile device for your gaming. And of course, my name is Eliminate, guys. I am your host, and I will be ending it here for the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. Thank you, everybody, and good night.